rise for the national anthem.
Thank you very much for that amazing rendition of the national anthem. At this juncture, we would like to welcome on stage the Publisher Business Day, Mr. Frank Aibogun, for the welcome address. We'd like you to please give him a round of applause as he comes on stage.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented here this morning by Dr. Jumoke, and of course, our able governor, Governor Umar Namadi, the governor of Jigawa State, a man for whom I have the highest respect, because the governor has faithfully said yes to every event that Business Day has invited him. He flew in this morning into Lagos just to be with us today. When we asked him to join us at our CEO forum, he was there as well. Mr. Governor, we appreciate you at Business Day, not just because you honor us, but because of your dedication to your duties in Jigawa State. Warmly, I welcome you. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. Of course, I welcome very warmly a number of his commissioners who have come out of Jigawa State to be with us this morning. And I welcome our own very good friend and commissioner in Lagos State government. Madam, welcome this morning. Thank you for coming. I welcome our diplomats and those who are representing diplomatic missions in Nigeria. I, in particular, welcome the commercial attaché from the U.S. Embassy. You're welcome, madam. I welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're here physically or whether you have joined us online. I leave my last welcome, of course, to our friend Tayo Oyedele, who is the presidential advisor. When I saw him this morning, I said to him, I don't know what I'm going to pay you. We have him at our event for CEOs on Thursday. And just like he will rush off from here, so he plans to rush off on Thursday. But again, Taiwo, we appreciate you. Again, not just because you are here today, but because of the diligence with which you have started to do your work as presidential advisor. So thank you, sir, for coming. Today, it is not about me. I am not making a speech. My task is a very simple one, and it's to say welcome to all of you. We have panelists and speakers lined up that I'm sure will interest you as we get the event going. But let me very quickly make one or 2 points. Nigeria is at crossroads, and so is the rest of Africa. But you know one interesting thing? A good part of Africa is making very steady progress. And we would love to say that about the giant Nigeria. In 2019, just before COVID broke out, I was having a conversation with Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala at the Economic Forum in Davos. And she said to me, Frank, you know what? And I'm happy we're going to be getting a message from her this morning. It is no longer about going outside of Africa to look for examples that Nigeria needs to take interest in. In Africa today, they are very good examples. And for me, that's one key thing that I would like to leave with you. That Nigerians are at a point where they have gone beyond hearing about the potentials of Nigeria. They actually want to see the realization of those potentials. We won't lose hope, especially given the friends of Nigeria who are gathered here this morning and others who are willing to join with us to make very quick progress, not only to stop our people going into poverty, but to bring out of poverty those who are already locked in. So ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss trade and investment in Africa, I am personally looking forward to listening to our great speakers this morning. But most importantly, I hope we can begin to look at what we must do in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Kenya, in Namibia, in Morocco, and other countries, what we must do so that the African dream can be realized. Whatever we do this morning, don't let us lose focus on that. We need to give hope to our people, and I believe it is possible. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you warmly to the 2024 session of the Business Day Africa Trade and Investment Summit, holding in Lagos, but of course joined by Africans from around the continent. I want to thank our sponsors who have joined with us this morning to stage this event. I have absolutely no doubt that the time you will be spending with us this morning will be very well spent. On that note, Your Excellency, or Your Excellencies, let me thank you for coming and take leave of you so we can actually get the business started. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we thank you all for the time taken to listen to our publisher at Business Day. Once again, please give him a round of applause for that amazing speech. And just like our publisher, Mr. Frank Aibogun, has mentioned, we are here in Lagos, Nigeria, but we are joined from across the world virtually. And that brings us now to the point where we were taking goodwill messages from some of our dignitaries from across the world. And we will begin by taking a goodwill message from the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I could not join you in person today because here at the WTO, we're in the final push before our 13th Ministerial Conference in Abu Dhabi later this month. We're working to deliver meaningful results for people in Africa and around the world. I'm really delighted with the themes you have chosen for this year's summit. Increasing trade and investment in value-added goods and services is necessary to accelerate growth and development across Africa. At present, however, the continent is underperforming. Africa accounts for only 3% or less of global trade. Our countries continue to export mostly raw materials and commodities instead of adding more value to them. To reimagine economic growth in Africa, we need to reimagine global trade and investment. And I believe we have a window of opportunity to do so in spite of a global economic environment now marked by slowing growth and increasing political uncertainty. Here are 4 reasons why. First, in an aging world, Africa's growing young population offers the workforce and markets of tomorrow. Second, regional integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area offers potential investors the prospect of a large and unified market of 1.4 billion people and a much stronger base for exporting to the rest of the world. Third, services are a bright spot in global trade. Nigerians know about the economic potential. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I could not join you in person today because here at the WTO, we're in the final push before our 13th Ministerial Conference in Abu Dhabi later this month. We're working to deliver meaningful results for people in Africa and around the world. I'm really delighted with the themes you have chosen for this year's summit. Increasing trade and investment in value-added goods and services is necessary to accelerate growth and development across Africa. At present, however, the continent is underperforming. Africa accounts for only 3% or less of global trade. Our countries continue to export mostly raw materials and commodities instead of adding more value to them. To reimagine economic growth in Africa, we need to reimagine global trade and investment. And I believe we have a window of opportunity to do so in spite of a global economic environment now marked by slowing growth and increasing political uncertainty. Here are 4 reasons why. First, in an aging world, Africa's growing young population offers the workforce and markets of tomorrow. Second, regional integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area offers potential investors the prospect of a large and unified market of 1.4 billion people and a much stronger base for exporting to the rest of the world. Third, services are a bright spot in global trade. Nigerians know about the economic potential of the creative industries you're highlighting this year. And that story goes well beyond Wizkid, Burna Boy, and Nollywood, of which we are all proud. A quieter trend is the rapid growth in services traded digitally over computer networks. These sectors are creating major opportunities for tech-savvy young people, including fintech, and for women-owned businesses. And fourth, the best way to shock-proof supply chains against the vulnerabilities exposed in recent years is to deconcentrate them by bringing more supply and value chains to Africa. In that way, African countries will become part of the mainstream of global production networks. We are arguing for this strongly at the WTO. And at the WTO, we are calling this re-globalization. Successful re-globalization would boost growth, job creation, and increase supply resilience. We already see it as companies add suppliers to reduce costs and diversify risks. But instead of making this process +1, as we call it, China plus Vietnam or China plus India, we need them, and we're telling investors that they should diversify to more places. So it's China plus Nigeria plus Kenya plus Morocco plus Rwanda, Senegal, and so on. To successfully re-globalize, African countries need to offer attractive macroeconomic environments. That includes lowering trade costs. African businesses currently face trade costs equivalent to a 354% tariff. Imagine that, among the world's steepest, and 1.5 times the level in high-income countries. For intra-African trade, the costs are 1/5 higher, equivalent to a 435% tariff. Better hard and soft infrastructure, electricity, roads, ports, swift border processes is only part of the picture here. We also need a supportive external environment, an open and predictable international economy. That's why the success of our upcoming ministerial MC13 is so important. There we shall try to deliver agreements that will be useful to Africa's development. Let me highlight a few of the potential deliverables that will make a difference to Africa. First, an agreement on investment facilitation, which would sweep away bureaucratic barriers to investment and pave the way for the inward FDI needed. Intra-African investment, South-South and North-South, for African countries to ramp up value addition and trade. With regard to the marine and blue economy that you're focusing on this year, 12 million Africans depend on fisheries for their livelihoods. Right now, we're on the continent losing $5 billion each year because of illegal fishing and overfishing. At the WTO, we have reached an agreement to curb the harmful fishery subsidies, $22 billion worth, that encourage these bad practices. We need more members to ratify this agreement so it can enter into effect. And we need to conclude the second phase of negotiations dealing with subsidies that encourage overcapacity and overfishing. We hope to deliver this at MC13. The digital economy is the wave of the future. As we know, young people across the continent, and women in particular, are active in the digital economy. At MC13, we will work to extend a long-standing moratorium that has enabled the growth of cross-border digital trade and facilitated participation by small businesses by sparing cross-border digital transmissions from import duties. In addition, we are working with the World Bank to help countries in Africa, 8 to begin with, to overcome the digital divide, and Nigeria is one of them. The World Bank is bringing in about $1 billion in funding to help support hard infrastructure development. And we at the WTO will provide support on building the regulatory capacity, the software that countries need to thrive in the global digital economy. Finally, together with the International Trade Center, our offshoot sister here at the WTO, at MC13, we will launch a $50 million fund to support women exporters in the digital economy. Let me stop here and urge you to focus on what Africa needs to do to further encourage investment, trade, and value addition. We will continue to work hard at the WTO to try to deliver for the continent. I wish you the very best for this Trade and Investment Summit. Good luck and thank you.
Excellent presentation there. You would agree with me by Dr. Ngozi Okojo-Iweala. As she rightly said, and I'm sure most of us in the room would agree, that Africa needs to start to reimagine the role it plays in global trade. How do you explain that Ivory Coast, for instance, the biggest exporter of cocoa in the world, exported cocoa worth $3 billion in 2021, while Snickers, which produces chocolates and relies on cocoa as a primary raw material, earned $75 billion in the same year? So surely we need to start to have more conversations like this and work towards ensuring that we add more value addition to our resources and not just be net exporters of raw materials. So that leads me to the next Goodwill message this morning that would be delivered by Ms. Julie LeBlanc, the Commercial Counselor of the United States in Nigeria.
morning, everyone. I'll try my best with the protocols. To the representative of the Vice President, Your Excellencies, the Governor, representatives of ministers and advisors to the President, Excellencies, fellow members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, and all protocols observed. Let me begin by thanking Business Day Nigeria for the invitation to the U.S. Consulate. It's a pleasure to speak with you today at the African Trade and Investment Summit on behalf of the U.S. mission to Nigeria and of Consul General William Stevens, who unfortunately was not able to be with you today. My name is Julie LeBlanc. I'm the commercial counselor to Nigeria, which means that I represent the U.S. Department of Commerce, and it's an honor to address an esteemed group of representatives from the public, private, and development sectors today. The United States is deeply committed to its role as a steadfast economic and commercial partner to African nations. This commitment was recently highlighted by Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's visit to West Africa, including stops in Nigeria, both in Abuja and in Lagos, as well as Cape Verde, Côte d'Ivoire, and Angola just last week. This visit reinforced our dedication to enhancing security, partnerships, health initiatives, and economic development in the region. As Secretary Blinken aptly put it, the future is African. With projections showing that 1 in 4 global inhabitants will be from the continent in the coming years, engaging with Africa is not just an opportunity, it's a necessity. Reflecting on the past year, especially since the US-Africa Leaders Summit in December 2022, it's inspiring to see the strides that have been made. In 2023, the United States supported and finalized 547 new deals, amounting to an estimated $14.2 billion in two-way trade and investment with African countries. This marked a remarkable 60% increase in both the number and the value of deals compared with 2022. These investments have led to tangible benefits for both American and African communities, creating inclusive growth, supply chain resilience, and quality jobs. Some key achievements I want to highlight: the International Development Finance Corporation's commitment of over $2 billion across 46 transactions in Africa. The U.S. Trade and Development Agency's facilitation of 15 project preparation grants, leveraging more than $3.4 billion in infrastructure finance. My agency, the Department of Commerce's promotion of nearly $3.6 billion in U.S. exports to Africa, along with new bilateral commercial dialogues and the establishment of new foreign commercial service offices on the continent. The U.S. mission to Nigeria is particularly optimistic about the future of U.S.-Africa trade and investment relations. We are actively collaborating with U.S. government departments and with our African partners. Notable initiatives include the U.S.-African Continental Free Trade Area Memorandum of Understanding. This is the U.S. government's contribution of $160 million to support the African Free Trade Continental Area, and this exemplifies our commitment. This funding supports the development of digital trade and investment protocols, stakeholder engagements across Africa, and trade facilitation efforts. Our focus is on expanding trade in goods and services, digital trade, and supporting the Women and Youth Protocol of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. When President Biden co-hosted the 2023 African Growth and Opportunity Act Forum, AGOA as we all know it, in South Africa and Johannesburg, he expressed strong support for the timely reauthorization and modernization of AGOA. This initiative presents an opportunity to adapt AGOA to the modern economic landscape, recognizing dynamic changes in Africa and the global economy. While Congress, the US Congress, will ultimately decide the future, the Biden-Harris administration is committed to its timely reauthorization and improvement. Beyond AGOA, the U.S. has initiated several programs to enhance trade and investment with African countries, such as the Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership with Kenya, and the $15.7 billion new investments that were announced at the U.S.-Africa Business Forum. Prosper Africa is another initiative uniting services from across the U.S. government to facilitate business in U.S. and African markets. Under the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we call this PGII, the U.S. is collaborating with the European Union to support infrastructure development in Angola, Zambia, the DRC, and with a particular focus on the Lobito corridor. This partnership is another testament to our commitment to unlocking the enormous potential of sub-Saharan Africa. Turning our attention to Nigeria, one of the continent's largest economies, the largest economy, we recognize the vital role it plays in regional and global markets. With two-way trade exceeding $10.6 billion in 2022 and U.S. foreign direct investment into Nigeria totaling $5.6 billion, Nigeria stands as our second largest trading partner in Africa. Our partnership is increasingly technology-driven, with significant investments in Nigeria's tech ecosystem and collaborative efforts to tackle global challenges in education, healthcare, agriculture, and other key areas. The Biden-Harris administration's launch of the Digital Transformation with Africa, we call this DTA, at the U.S.-African Business Forum exemplifies our commitment to this partnership. DTA aims to expand digital access, enhance U.S.-African commercial relations, and strengthen digital environments in alignment with the African Union's digital transformation strategy. This initiative underscores a collaborative approach, digital transformation with Africa, recognizing the continent's significant contributions to the global stage. The U.S. government has invested $350 million in digital programs, with plans to invest millions more. And this reflects our dedication to this initiative. DTA will facilitate over $450 million in financing, harnessing the resources of 18 U.S. government agencies, partnering with African governments, the private sector, and civil society. As we look to the future, we see Nigeria as a key leader on the continent and a vital partner to the United States in advancing our shared values. What benefits Nigeria benefits Africa and indeed the entire world. I would like to say thank you to Business Day. Thank you to all of you. It was an honor to speak before you, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lebank, for bringing us up to speed on the very vital role the U.S. is playing in African trade. There's been a slight change to the structure of the event. We would have to hear Mr. Taiwo Oyedele right now. He has a meeting to catch, and we'd have to leave at 11. So please let's invite Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman of the Presidential Committee, Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, for the plenary content setting, Fiscal Reforms for Business Climate. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Your Excellency, I'll stand on the existing protocols. Thank you, my big brother, for inviting me, and thank you to Business Day for making sure that we keep these issues in the front burner where they need to be. So I'll be very brief with my presentation. I like the theme of the conversation about 81% of people in employment in Nigeria are engaged in the non-productive sector of the economy. Just think about that. They're doing things that do not add value in the real sense of it. And that's the reason why our unemployment rate, even though just 4.2%, that's the same level as the UK, poverty is one of the highest in the world, if not the highest in the world. 133 million people as of 2022, which is most likely must have increased by now, because that was before the subsidy removal and naira flotation. So how is it that you have high employment rates and you also have one of the highest poverty rates? That's the explanation. We have working poor. We need to create decent jobs. Our job is just beginning. And the challenges we face are mostly down to macroeconomic issues, of course, which are triggered in part by politics and also by the policy environment. And the policy environment, I would attribute a huge part of that to three major policies. The first one, in no particular order, being trade. The second one being monetary. And the third being fiscal. If we can address all of these, while we cannot control what Russia does in Ukraine and what happens in the Gaza, we indeed can control, just making it easy for small businesses to earn a meaningful living, making it easy for manufacturers to produce, making it easy for investors, be they domestic or international investors, to find Nigeria attractive enough such that the risk-adjusted returns is competitive. And that is where the Presidential Fiscal Policy Committee comes in to play a major role in this whole picture of the policy environment. So the committee has three major mandates. The first one is fiscal governance, and that's to look at how do we manage ourselves in terms of our finances, in terms of the revenue we generate, how we generate them, in terms of our respect for the rule of law when it comes to fiscal management, in terms of coordination of policies of government, both across levels of the federal government, but also across subnational. How do we ensure that we get out of the way for people to live their lives? The second pillar is revenue transformation. Many of us are aware that we've literally been printing loads of money over the past 5, 6, 7 years to spend. Whenever you print money to spend, you create a very massive problem. One of the reasons why our inflation rate is high today is down to ways and means financing. Because you have the money without commensurate productivity. So, can we generate revenue so we stop printing money? The answer is yes. But how do you generate money when most of your people are poor, your businesses are struggling, but we also know we have a good number of people who should be paying taxes that are not paying, mostly the elite. So we want to redesign that system so that we generate revenue in a way that is sustainable. We actually realize that we can make even more money from efficiently managing government assets and government interest in business entities far more than we make today from taxes. third one, I said three, fiscal governance. Second one is revenue transformation. The third one is the one that excites me the most, and that is looking at facilitating inclusive economic growth and competitiveness. How do we make Nigeria conducive for investment? How do we make Nigeria competitive regionally as well as globally? And in trying to do this, we came up with certain philosophies that would define and drive the direction of Nigeria when it comes to fiscal matters, coordinated effectively with monetary, trade, and other policies. So these philosophies include not taxing capital, not taxing investments, not taxing production, and of course, not taxing poverty. There's not a single country in the world that has become wealthy by taxing poverty. It's actually a contradiction in itself. So the summary, and that's the way Mr. President put it, is that we will not tax seed, we will tax fruits. In other words, Nigeria as a people, we have decided that we will support productivity, we will support businesses, large and small, foreign and domestic. We will support individual endeavors so that they can thrive. And when they have finished thriving, we'll sustain them to even grow and go international. And the taxes we collect at that point will be a small fraction of the success that they have made. Elon Musk in 2021 said he was paying $11 billion in personal income tax in 1 year. I couldn't help myself but convert it into Naira. After converting, and Naira was not even, it was 460 at the time. After converting, I couldn't help but compare it with the amount we've collected in personal income tax in Nigeria. As of 2021, that $11 billion was the personal income tax collected in Nigeria, all 36 states plus FCT, for 4 years. Not one, not two, for 4 years. Of course, Elon Musk didn't pay $11 billion in the US because he loves the US. After all, he's South African, right? But the US gave him the environment to express himself and make his ideas turn into reality. The environment that made him create hundreds of billions of dollars is just so fair that he gives back $11 billion in 1 year. That is what we have to create in Nigeria. We have some action plans. So we're not just, we said to ourselves that we will not celebrate efforts. We do that a lot in Nigeria. You know, just imagine something as simple as a government agency will say, we've created a website. We're supposed to clap, right? And then you find out the website and the tech system they've created is more complicated than the manual one. So we will focus on outcomes. So what are the outcomes? We want to increase Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio from about 10% today to around 18% over the next 2 to 3 years without introducing new taxes. Actually, we've identified that about 90% of the existing taxes and levies need to go. So the people will pay less, government will collect more. We are harmonizing the number of taxes, officially over 60 as of today, unofficially over 200. We think all of that should be down to a single digit across all levels of government combined. We're looking at efficient coordination between policy authorities, both at the center as well as cross-national. So we're also engaging now with sub-nationals. We're meeting with some of the governors, and we're just speaking to everyone to say, this is Project Nigeria and it has to work. We're also looking at modernizing our laws. Some of them we inherited before our independence from the colonial masters, and we have not done anything about them. Imagine, the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Act is a law of 1959. You read it and you could see the language of the colonial masters in it. And that's the law we're supposed to use to manage our assets, estimated at over 80 trillion naira, which today is being inefficiently managed, idle, in some cases, mismanaged. We're writing some of the laws, we're amending those we need to amend, all the way to the Constitution.
The constitutions were written by us. So if it's not working, we need to fix it. We also thought it would be nice to develop a spending framework, spending and borrowing framework for Nigeria, just so everybody is clear that if you have 133 million people living in multidimensional poverty because they don't have access to education, they don't have access to health, they don't have access to living standard, basic as sanitation, safe, clean water, then we should not build international worship centers when we have no schools. We shouldn't build airports in about 15 states today that can barely boast of one flight a week when we have no roads from the farm to the market. We need to reprioritize. So therefore, we're coming up with a spending framework for Nigeria. Whether your money is small, whether it's big, if you spend it right, you get the right results. As well as borrowing. What should you borrow to do and not borrow to do? So as I wrap up, we have aspirations. So these are our targets. We want to be, and that's why I like the theme of this conference. We want to be the preferred location in Africa and a competitive location globally for headquarters location. We want companies to start putting their headquarters here so that the C-suite will be here spending the money and booming our economy. We want to be the preferred location for technology and research and development, shared services, the creative sector, energy transition, as well as business process outsourcing. Philippines made over $35 billion from business process outsourcing in 2022. I think Nigeria can make more than the Philippines. India made $200 billion. It's a larger economy, but look at it. We speak better English in terms of our accent than the Indians. Our time zone is even better. So maybe we don't make 200 billion. Maybe we can do 20, 30. And some people said in my committee, and we're still debating that, they said maybe we can also be the preferred location for retirement. A report just came out that says we are the second lowest in terms of the cost of living. If you create the right environment, people have earned their dollars, their pound sterling, their euros. How about they find this place as home? So all the millions of dollars they've saved, they come and spend them here. And we're still thinking about it. So the call to action, in conclusion, is that you should please engage with us. This is a project that we're doing for the Nigerian people. We have about 75 people who have volunteered their time to make sure that this works. One thing that is good about our committee is it was set up not to write reports, but to also support government with implementation. While we don't have powers to implement, we work with the policymakers to ensure that implementation is done. Share your experiences with us, give us data to work with. We said to ourselves that, and there's a quote actually, I can't remember who said it. It says, "In God we trust, all others must bring data," right? We think that if you don't use data in making decisions, the outcomes will be different from your intentions. And then we also want you to please join us in collectively exerting pressure on our politicians and policymakers to implement our recommendations with laser focus, with precision, with a high sense of urgency, without compromising diligence. We think that this is something we have to do together. So don't leave it to us. We're just representing you. We're on a mission, and we believe that the Nigeria today that we see, it's not the Nigeria of our dream. I haven't met one single Nigerian who says, "This is my Nigeria." No. If it's not the Nigeria of our dream, then we have to work together to create that Nigeria of our future and of our dream, not tomorrow, starting from today. Like Abraham Lincoln said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee, Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, for that excellent speech. You would agree with me that the role that Mr. Taiwo Oyedele plays is very critical for everything that we're discussing today, and we will need everyone here to give him all the support and comment on everything that he has mentioned today. We need to all give him the support that he requires. So please, once again, a round of applause for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele for that brilliant speech. At this juncture, we would now welcome another goodwill message from Mr. Sean the Clean, the former Special Advisor to the UN Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Food Security, for another goodwill message.
Hello, and it's wonderful to be with you today. I'm really sorry I can't be there in person for personal circumstances. I haven't been able to fly for this month, and so it's meant that I can't be there in person, which is a real shame. But wonderful to be able to engage. I think the timing of this meeting is really good. Building on, I have just stepped down recently as a member of the Executive Committee of the World Economic Forum. And the whole focus around trade and investment has been central to a lot of the work at the World Economic Forum while I was there. It was really interesting. I've also been asked to be an advisor to the Business Day Media Foundation, and it's who are really behind driving a lot of this thinking and the foresight behind what is happening in this discussion. As Frank Abugan said at the beginning, I mean, Nigeria is at a crossroads, and the decisions that you take in the next 1 to 2 years will be absolutely critical, both for Nigeria, but also in the context of the region. If I just think that 2023 was actually quite a critical year for international trade and foreign direct investment in many ways. On one hand, trade pretty much ground to a halt during 2023 at 0.2%. It was the weakest performance outside of a global recession in 50 years. And so even though global trade is expected to rebound this year, it will only be half of the average of what it was in the decade before the COVID pandemic. And so what we're also seeing is that a lot of companies and countries are also, because of the various conflicts that are going on, are really starting to retreat from global value chains and diverting investment more, say, into domestic or regional supply chains. Now, this is both a challenge and an opportunity for the region. These trends, in some ways, for countries that have traded heavily internationally and relied on that trade, don't bode so well. However, given the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the action that's now seeing unlock in the region, it really is an opportunity to focus on that regional trade. And in addition to that, there were 2 other developments that are coinciding with this, which could be really key in unlocking that trade. And that would start a new era for that kind of global investment policy and practice. One of those is that there has been, starting at the beginning of 2024, new global sustainability and climate-related reporting standards that have now been introduced that put sustainability right at the heart of international reporting standards, and these have been agreed, at the international level. I think the second is what my friend Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala referred to, which is the launch of the sort of landmark WTO investment deal that is coming into force. The WTO's investment facilitation for development is probably the first agreement of its kind at the global level. And the aim is that it will deliver as much as $1 trillion in global welfare gains in GDP terms, sort of seeing potentially a 1.5% increase in global GDP, which are exciting numbers, but they have to be unlocked, as she said. And this requires both countries really engaging through this, and what that will do in terms of really looking and putting the spotlight on where global trade could benefit, particularly in terms of supporting emerging markets. But that does require an increase in transparency of investment measures, the streamlining and speeding up of administrative procedures, the providing of focal points for domestic regulatory coherence and cross-border cooperation, and also a focus on sustainable development. And so there will be differential treatment and special treatment for emerging markets, and they can apply to be able to follow that agreement and can implement the framework for it immediately, or after 1 year, as you know, by delaying the ability to be able to implement the measures, but to be able to implement that straight away. Why this is important for governments is investors are going to be increasingly attracted to environments where the rules are clear and consistently applied. What has come out and what the Global Risk Report showed that was released in Davos just last month is that we are seeing an increasingly complex risk framework at a global level. And so for countries to benefit from that trade arrangement, the more that they can be transparent and open about the underlying issues that relate to that trade, the more they will be able to take advantage of it. Upgrading technology transfer, providing better data services, and equally for business, this is going to be important. Transparency and predictability are the bedrock of business case for investment. So if Nigeria and the region want to attract more of that foreign direct investment to you know, as the last speaker said, to be able to see that dream where you're seeing international companies use Nigeria as a continental hub, then they will look to where they can thrive, where regulatory frameworks are clear, minimizing the risk of unexpected changes, streamlining of administrative procedures that help to reduce time and cost associated with licensing, permits, and approvals. So one of the key points that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala highlighted was the digital economy is going to be the economy of the future. Investment into digital services now accounts for 72% of the total foreign direct investment stock, with the growth of cross-border investment into services being seen as a long-term trend. In each decade, that has gone up significantly, with a 5-fold increase during the 2000s, another 4-fold increase in 2010 to 2020, and already in this last few years, even with and accelerated probably by the COVID pandemic, we're seeing a potentially doubling of that again, which is significantly outpacing FDI into both secondary manufacturing and primary natural resource sectors. So how do we take advantage of that? And how does the region take advantage of that? Central is going to be data. We mentioned data, and I hope that that comes out very strongly today. There is a critical need to accelerate the shared data facilities, the open, more transparent data that can be shared between countries, of really fast tracking the kinds of regulations that will allow for those data flows in the region to unlock, you know, this emerging digital services focus that is key. I think the other one to think about is also around certification. Certification is going to be critical. It's interesting. I worked a lot on the food space. Potentially, agriculture and food will be 80% of the intra-African trade, and yet only less than 10 countries in Africa are using e-phyto standards, electronic phyto standards, sort of, that document that goods are safe to transport across borders. These standards are pretty much accepted in nearly every other country in the world. And yet within the region, as I said, there are less than 10 that are actually using these standards. And so, that's just one example of where that kind of electronic facilitation is lagging behind. And so using that certification and really fast tracking that to facilitate market access, to build confidence, to navigate regulatory complexities, and to build global recognition. How does the region become a leader in actually demonstrating openness and transparency in terms of trade, cross-border trade, the kind of certification that is needed to be able to underpin that kind of trade? And so I can't stress any more the need today to really look at that critical sense of urgency. We need to move into an action sprint mode in the region. We need to really unlock at scale a high ambition of how does the region become a leader in digital services that will develop and drive trade in the region, because that digital services component is going to be absolutely critical. I'm excited that as the Business Day Media Foundation, this is something that going forward after this event, they're very keen to get in behind. And as the last speaker said, how can we crowd people in to that collective ambition to really drive a series of action sprints that will unlock the ability of this region to really benefit from those digital economies and really grow and boost trade development. So good luck with the rest of the day. And I'm sorry I can't be there, but very excited by what's happening.
We would now be taking the keynote address by the Honorable N.O.T. Ebong, Director, U.S. Trade and Development Agency, who will be joining us virtually as well.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. It is my pleasure to join you from the headquarters of the U.S. Trade and Development Agency in Arlington, Virginia. Let me begin by thanking Business Day for hosting this important discussion on reimagining economic growth in Africa and for inviting me to speak. Though I wish I could be with you in person, I do appreciate the opportunity to address you virtually. When it comes to international trade, I think we should reimagine how we approach Africa's competitiveness. The continent accounts for just 3% of global trade. This number is far too low, and it misrepresents the tremendous level of opportunity that is going untapped. So how do we tap into Africa's trade potential? For good reason, we are focused on promoting continental and regional integration, improving utilization of the AGOA program, and facilitating access to finance for Africa's businesses, including female entrepreneurs and small businesses, just to name a few. I would like to propose that we also bring that focus to high-quality infrastructure, which is foundational for both trade competitiveness and economic growth. Think about some of the essential needs for doing business and for economic growth: reliable electricity, internet connectivity, transportation linkages, and healthcare infrastructure. These sectors are vital to growing Africa's global trade profile. But there is a common challenge in developing this infrastructure for trade that should factor more prominently in our conversations. If you would indulge me for just a moment, I would like to put this challenge into context by sharing with you the mission of our agency. The U.S. Trade and Development Agency supports the development of high-quality, sustainable infrastructure in emerging economies, and at the same time brings U.S. private sector innovation, solutions, and technologies to the infrastructure projects that we support. One of the challenges of developing infrastructure is the cost associated with meeting the lending requirements of financial institutions. Just to give you a sense of scale, before a single shovel is put into the ground, a project developer may face development costs that can easily run into the millions of dollars. As a result, project preparation is often a key bottleneck to addressing infrastructure needs and consequently to growing Africa's share of global trade. USTDA helps to overcome this challenge by providing grant-based funding for project preparation assistance, including feasibility studies, technical assistance, and pilot projects. These are the critical tools that define an infrastructure project's technical requirements and attract financing. At USTDA, we are committed to real action in support of US foreign policy priorities. These include deepening trade relations between the United States and Africa, supporting regional integration, and realizing Africa's immense economic potential. We are putting these policies into practice in a number of ways. Let's start with Nigeria. It is our largest portfolio in Africa and includes over a dozen active projects that are designed to contribute to the country's economic growth. One of our emerging successes includes a project that will help an Abuja-based manufacturer reduce its energy costs by 44% by replacing diesel backup generators with a system that will use solar energy and battery storage technology. Not only will this project enhance the company's export competitiveness, but it will also reduce emissions. In Côte d'Ivoire, we are working with the Port of Abidjan to introduce innovative US technologies that will strengthen its efficiency and operations. This will benefit trade for much of West Africa. In Southern Africa, a USTDA study is supporting a large-scale deployment of battery storage technology that will place Zambia at the center of renewable energy trading across that region. And in East Africa, USTDA funded a study for an internet service provider that will help connect 1 million underserved households across the continent to affordable, high-speed internet. USTDA is proud to support Africa's infrastructure for trade through partnership and collaboration. We work in the spirit of trust, mutual benefit, and our collective prosperity. This is foundational to all our work. We look forward to building new partnerships with you to advance our shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it was quite refreshing just listening to you talk about the important role you're playing in fostering economic growth in Africa. And I'm sure there are some business owners in the room today who would also be interested in a similar partnership with that Abuja-based company that would help drive energy costs by 35%, drive lower energy costs by 35%. Without further ado, we are going to listen now to Mr. Olusegun Zaccheaus, the partner, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Strategy and Practice, West Africa, for the second keynote address. A round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, and all protocol duly observed. So I'm a consultant, so I have to use slides, right? So the slide is coming up. I think what I would like to do in the next 10 minutes, thereabout, is sort of reflect on the conversation around trade in Africa and the impact on economic growth, and then wrap up by sort of stating a call to action. I think for us, it's very important to realize that any trade policy, trade framework that does not drive economic growth in Africa is as good as useless, right? In going through this presentation, I'll sort of reflect very quickly on the economic context for Africa, and then talk about the trade partnership and its potential to drive accelerated growth within Africa, and then sort of wrap up. Moving forward very quickly. All right, I think moving forward very quickly, an important point we must realize is, if you remember 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there's this bright, rosy picture painted for Africa, right? But it's unfortunate to say that we have not realized that high growth potential, right? And if you look at the numbers, you realize in the last 10 years, Africa has grown at an average of less than 3%, which for me, it's not a good news, right? And if we sort of move forward, next slide, please. What you realize is that quite a number of economies are actually also slipping and falling behind when you compare to their performance between 2010 and 2019, which also sort of creates some sort of concern, and that's what this chart is sort of showing you. It's only few economies that are doing good, and those are the ones in green. But when you look at economies below the axis, the red and the orange, they are already slipping behind compared to where they were prior to 2019. This is a sort of concern for us, you know, as you look at the prospect. And when you then look at 2024, and you look at some of the issues African economies have to deal with, issues around debt sustainability, issues around inflationary pressure, which has gotten a lot better, but also more importantly, issues around geopolitical fragmentation, right, which could potentially unravel all the desires and aspirations we have for trade or intra-Africa trade, right? And these issues still persist, but taking this issue, you know, you realize there are a couple of things that needs to be done for Africa to truly achieve its potential, right? And in the heart of that is a conversation around trade. In fact, what has been said is that every investment that grows trade, that increases the share of Africans' global trade, could potentially add at least $17 billion to Africans' GDP. So trade is not just for the sake of trade. It's the pathway to prosperity for Africa. So let's move on quickly and talk about the impact of economic framework for Africa. What we've seen so far, you realize when you look at Africa and you look at internal and external trade, what you realize is that internal trade, albeit it's been growing, is growing slower than external trade, right? And what does that mean? That means we're trading less with ourselves, you know, and then the stats that show that, and we're trading more on external trade. But the sad part of our external trade is most of these is non-value driven trade in which commodity and raw materials are what is being traded. So value addition is really missing. But let's then bring that back to two critical frameworks, and we sort of underscore, you know, African trade. That's the relationship between Africa and the US, which is the AGOA, you know, Act, right, and the Africa Continental Free Trade, which we talked about, right? And what I have is just really summarize what this is about. AGOA covers about 32 African countries for now. Obviously, AFCFTA will cover all of Africa. You know that AGOA is only targeted at the number of products, where Africa Continental Free Trade is a bit broader than, you know, what is covered within AGOA. Moving forward very quickly, what you see, and I'm not going to bother us with this stat, right, is that inter-African trade is really, really relatively low when you compare or also other countries, regions within the world. When you then move forward, what you realize is that under the AGOA framework, right, you realize that trade between Africa and the US are sort of improved. And economics like Kenya are getting the benefit of this intra-African trade, right? But what's of most concern as you think about external trade, if you look at the start on the screen, you realize that most of this trade is driven by more of mineral fuels and non-value added goods, right? Which is not the pathway through which trade can really drive economic growth within Africa. But nevertheless, a number of countries have benefited from a framework like AGOA, like this chart on the screen is showing. If I move very quickly to this, I think it's also important as we sort of talk about the aspirations around trade to realize that there are critical challenges that must be addressed before we can realize the benefit in trade, especially intra-Africa trade. This is a start of business leaders, and I'm happy a lot of business leaders are here. And when they were asked the question, what are the challenges that is limiting them from exploring the benefit of intra-African trade? There are three buckets, right? One is really that the rules are still complex and they are still uncertain. About 63% of trade leaders really identify that as an issue. The second bit on their list is around ineffective trade facilitation, right? When you move to the point earlier speakers talked about, which is the point around infrastructure, right? The point around underdeveloped transportation infrastructure and limited cost of access to capital also limits the ability for intra-African trade, to sort of be progressive. And the last bit on the governance is the issue of corruption, which is still persistent, right? So I think as we talk about this conversation today, we must recognize that this constraint that every policy framework must aim to address for us to achieve the true potential implicit in better trading within Africa. So what are the points that we think are critical factors we must think about as we aim to enhance trade and, more importantly, get the benefit from trade? There's 6 important points that we highlight here. First important point is strengthening institutional framework. Second bit, which earlier speakers alluded to, is enhancing the quality of infrastructure, especially transportation infrastructure. And we see there's a lot of tilt towards services. We also believe services will continue to be important, as a basis for trade. But value-added manufacturing is more important because it's what will create the kind of good quality jobs you need to, get prosperity to happen in Africa, right? I think another important point that I will mention is addressing the non-tariff fiscal barriers, which sort of limit, even, the ability of countries to trade with themselves within Africa. If I move on quickly to talk about what do we see as the future of trade in Africa, right? There's quite a lot of potential. In 2035, it has been forecasted that intra-East Africa trade could potentially be up to $5.3 billion, growing by about 15%, while intra-West African trade could be potentially $11 billion, albeit some of these geopolitical issues that we're seeing in recent times. To wrap up, what must we do? What must we do to really achieve the true potential of intra-Africa trade? I think from a policymaker's perspective, the first is removal of trade barriers, right? Especially the non-tariff-based trade barriers. Obviously, the issue around exchange rate framework, even within Africa, we know the Pan-African Payment Platform is trying to address this issue, but this is still persistent, and this needs to be addressed. And the last bit is around export diversification, which means we're going a lot beyond commodity to other type of goods. And when we talk about firm, I think one of the critical important things as firms, when I speak to my clients and you want to be outbound into Africa, is the local customization or adaptation of your product and services, so that as it moves cross borders, it fits the requirement in those different countries. One of the key challenges broadly is also the robust supply chain management, which is critically required for you to achieve your trade ambition. And the last bit for firms is capacity building and creating local partnership in destination countries. In summary, I think there's a huge potential, and facts show that, in both intra-Africa trade and external trade, but there are critical factors that must be addressed over the next few years for us to achieve the potential of trade and for Africa to achieve that high growth within its economic potential. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like, on behalf of Business Day, to express a profound appreciation to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has graciously asked Dr. Jumoke Oduwole to come here this morning to formally declare open this year's series of Business Days Africa Trade and Investment Summit. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I have the rare honor and privilege to invite the representative of the Vice President, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State, Your Excellency Umar Namani. I think time is fast spent, so let me stand on the very well adumbrated protocols. But it's important to say that I bring to you the greetings, the very warm greetings of His Excellency the Vice President and Chair of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council. I'd like to start by commending the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Agbogun and his team, along with their partners, for their collaborative foresight in convening this inaugural Africa Trade and Investment Summit for business leaders and policymakers across Africa, aptly themed Reimagining Economic Growth in Africa. Indeed, in the past 15 years, the world has experienced a financial crisis that came dangerously close to being a global depression. The world also faced a novel pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic that has yet to fully run its course, and the global economy has been slow to resolve and adapt to the new conditions. Supply chains remain unstable, production is suppressed, and trade costs have increased. The geopolitical competition occasioned by these shifts in international arrangements have sparked tensions and wars, such as the war in Ukraine and the escalating violence in the Middle East by the Israel-Hamas war. International trade is losing momentum globally due to various factors, including the adoption of protectionist policies by leading economists such as the United States, China, and Germany. These factors have now replaced the pandemic as the primary causes of the ongoing slowing growth in the global economy. According to the United Nations World Economic Situation and Prospects Report of 2024, global GDP is projected to drop to 2.4% in 2024 from 2.7% in 2023. and major global economies are expected to experience decline in GDP. For example, the US GDP is expected to drop to 1.4% from 2.5 in 2023 due to the deteriorating labor force and financial markets. Japan's GDP is to drop to 1.7 from 1.2, to drop to 1.2 from 1.7 due to rising inflation, slowing growth in China and the US, which are Japan's major trading partners, which may result in a curb in the net exports. And China's GDP is also expected to drop from 5.3% in 2023 to 4.7% due to the weakness in its property markets. Now, along with extreme weather caused by climate change and other factors, which are undercutting global harvests, low food production, and increased food shortages, causing prices and instability to rise, the issues of climate justice remain pertinent, and the future of our own children hinge on our ability to liberate ourselves from the shackles of overproduction, overdependence on oil. Now, putting that global context, putting Africa into perspective, and bringing it home to our own region, the political tensions have spread, with at least, at the last count, 7 coups d'etats occurring in West and Central Africa over the last 3 years alone. And over the weekend, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso announced their intentions to leave the ECOWAS, which has now been formally convened. Yet increasingly, although Africa experienced a GDP decline from 3.5% in 2022 and 3.5% in 2023, with tight monetary and fiscal conditions and high sovereign debt, the UN report, again, 2024, has projected that Africa's GDP will increase to an average of 3.3% from 2023 to 3.5% in 2024. While the IMF has also projected that the outlook will be from 3.3 to 4% in spite of the challenges being faced by the continent. Now, why do I go into all this? The IMF is actually projecting that the top fastest growing economies in the world, out of the top 10, the top 6 will be from Africa. And then this brings us to reimagining economic growth in Africa and what that should look like. Having seen what's going on in the world and going on in the region, how should we do business differently? What is Africa's value add proposition? Its people, its youth, mineral resources, for Africa to perform substantially in global value chains, the continent must redefine business methods that transition its trade from one that concentrates on primary products and raw material exports to competitive value-added goods that meet international standards. This call underscores the need for ensuring African businesses produce with a specified criteria for quality, design, service delivery, and especially appearance that meets international standards. Africa must do business differently, and through this process, it must effectively ensure that value addition is at every step in its regional value chains and overcomes barriers to intra-African trade. We must unleash Africa's food and agribusiness potential, despite the fact that Africa holds nearly 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land. The continent continues to spend its scarce revenue to meet its annual food demands. The AFDB Africa Food Summit in 2023 estimated that Africa's agricultural output could increase from 280 billion per year to 1 trillion by 2030. The unearthing challenges that affect Africa's potential to optimize its food productivity still remain an essential part of this discourse. Africa will receive immense benefit from a focus on African trade in intra-African trade in agricultural commodities and services, and this must be done by unlocking its potential through innovations and investments for increased food production. And the private sector is leading this charge and needs all our support. On the issue of Africa's natural resources and accessing global value chains, until recently, The reference to national income in many parts of Africa was largely on revenue generated from the exports of its mineral resources. The sudden shift in the global economy has been unprecedented, highlighting the necessity for individual countries to secure their self-reliance and economic stability through a keen pursuit of increased export value of their natural resources. Enhancing Africa's industrialization will serve as a critical enabler for the value addition in our mineral exports. Africa should explore more opportunities for value addition and its vast mineral resources and a way of promoting deeper benefits for intra-African trade. Another area is accelerating intra-African trade through enhanced transportation and logistics. AFCFTA's goal for intra-African trade has immense potential for fostering economic growth, industrial development, and regional integration. The challenges to this include inadequate infrastructure, high cost of transportation, logistics and bureaucratic barriers that hinder the smooth movement of goods and services across African borders. The cost of logistics on the African continent is 3 to 5 times the cost of goods and services, and policy options that relevant governments must invest in now to build and integrate safe and efficient multimodal transportation networks. It's inevitable, as well as energy efficiency in transportation systems. A sustained effort at eliminating red tapes at border crossings. The free flow of goods and services across borders should accelerate intra-African trade for the continent's economic prosperity, and critical enablers for single market access include leveraging infrastructure, innovation, and technology. Now, Africa urgently requires secure, dependable, efficient, and cost-effective, sustainable infrastructure to accelerate digital innovation and technological growth. The significant growth in infrastructure for information and communication, according to African Development Bank, has resulted in Africa being the second largest mobile phone market in the world, but broadband coverage remains critically low. Achieving successful advancement in infrastructure to promote innovation and technology hinges on establishing institutional and regulatory frameworks that facilitate access to digital technologies and market platforms. These platforms must be accessible to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and we must provide the much-needed infrastructure to harness and amplify local innovation and drive economic expansion to bolster Africa's competitiveness and productivity. This is the only sustainable way to generate the much-needed foreign exchange. Strategic financing and investment in infrastructure is also key. Depending on loans to fund public infrastructure is getting increasingly difficult for many African economies, and it is time to explore sustainable alternatives. Establishing public-private partnerships is key as the low tax to GDP ratios in Africa underscore the urgency to diversifying funding sources. So what does this mean for doing business differently? For this administration's standpoint, we are now fully committed to creating an enabling space for businesses to thrive. Space for innovation and creativity, enabled by transparency and efficiency of public service delivery, so businesses can focus on doing business. And a change of mindset and strategy. We must give the world the creative and innovative goods and services that are unique to us. So we will enhance productivity and value addition for exports by supporting non-oil exports in producing innovative value-added goods and services that the world wants. And there are numerous unique examples to the continent. There's several successful Nigerian stories, and just looking at the tech space, we have companies like Paystack, companies like Main One, companies like Farm Crowdy, companies like Outsource Global. These are all companies that are tech-enabled and have generated thousands of jobs for Nigerian youth, and these models can be replicated across the continent. The government's role is to be collaborative and give open legislative and regulatory reforms that will require the ability to actualize such a strategy. From 1997, China accelerated reforms of its state-owned industries. Specifically, the Chinese government focused on approximately 1,000 major industrial state-owned enterprises for intensive reform efforts. Companies like Samsung, Kia, Hyundai emerged as economic giants in South Korea due to strategic government interventions. Japan and Indonesia have also adopted similar models with intentionality. Driving productivity through reforms is a key focus of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Through the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, the PEBEC, which I'm privileged to chair, the administration is working hard to deliver an enhanced regulatory environment through this systemic intervention and supporting business champions. The new PEBEC Business Champions Program is supporting 23 large businesses grossing over $1 billion per annum. Business Champions out of the 400 and up to 345 such businesses across Africa. Supporting businesses to scale up to the next level, curating policies and driving policies to remove bottlenecks, and enabling businesses to scale up to the next level, promoting transparency and efficiency, policies and driving departments and agencies, and enabling access to government services. Promoting transparency and enhanced productivity is urgently needed and is being delivered by an enabled business investment environment as support our businesses needed to consistently and collaborate by an enabled business and creative and environment goods and support our business world. To consistently, it is therefore my pleasure to declare this inaugural Africa Trade and Investment Summit open. I look forward to therefore my pleasure on your productive deliberations and collaborations, as well as the concrete partnerships that will unfold. May our collective efforts pave the way for economic growth, propelling Africa into an era of productivity and peace for all. Good morning.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you will agree with me that Madam deserves another round of applause. He was a message from His Excellency the Vice President, but you would have not missed the passion with which she delivered the message, given especially that a lot of what is in that message relate to the work that she does on a day-by-day basis. Madam, thank you very much. And I must also acknowledge how so readily you are to stand with businesses side by side. Thank you very much. Let me at this point introduce and enable to address the Governor of Jigawa State, His Excellency Namadi. I was well myself earlier in the morning. Governor Namadi is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Accountants. He worked as group accountant with Dangote Group, leaving to first be a commissioner in Jigawa State, and without asking, being invited to be Deputy Governor of Jigawa State. He's here with us this morning as Governor of Jigawa State. Governor Namadi is a developmentalist. He is the core of his life as governor is the mandate he has given to himself to take his people out of poverty. Every day when he wakes up, that is what he thinks about. His primary focus is on agriculture. But he knows that for agriculture to thrive, you must create an enabling environment. You must create an ecosystem that delivers. I am very proud this morning to invite the governor to address us. A politician like no other. His word is his bond. Governor Namadi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. The representative of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Nigeria, the representative of the governors of Ogun State and Gombe State, honorable commissioners here present, distinguished participant, diplomat, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning still. I am delighted for the opportunity to be among the discussants at the panel of governors in this year's African Trade Investment Summit. The significance of the summit could not be overemphasized, given its potential to come up with far-reaching recommendations that could foster regional economic integration and accelerate the economic growth of African countries and the continent economy as a whole. Given the significance of the summit, this is an opportunity for us to learn and share knowledge and above all, highlight on the trade and investment opportunities of my dear state, the Jigawa State. It is an opportunity for us to meet and dialogue with the prospective domestic and foreign investors on the abundant trade and investment opportunities in my state, especially within the context of African Growth Opportunity Act, AGOA, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. It is an opportunity to establish networks and strike deals that could hopefully eventually metamorphose into a real investment in my state and Nigeria in general. Indeed, one of my strategies for achieving sustainable and inclusive economic growth in Jigawa State is ensuring an expanded role of private sector in growing the state economy. While the private sector plays crucial roles in promoting economic growth and development, trade at whatever level is facilitated by a private sector as well. The public sector only facilitates and ensures the provision of the necessary enabling environment. For us in Jigawa State, I am delighted to inform you, our audience, that the State Investment Promotion Agency, popularly known as Invest Jigawa, which was established under Law Number 12 of 2016, serve as a one-stop shop coordination center that mobilizes and facilitates private investment in the state, including the facilitation of trade missions. I am also pleased to mention that over the years, the agency has worked assiduously to ensure the existence of a favorable business environment and investment climate as attested by the credible performance of the state in the Subnational Ease of Doing Business Service. Madam is here to confirm that. As part of my introductory remarks, I would like to take this unique opportunity to highlight on some key trade and investment opportunities in Jigawa State. These opportunities abound across almost all sectors, particularly agriculture, solid minerals, commerce and industry, estate development, education, and health. Presently, Jigawa State is the leading producer and exporter of hibiscus in Nigeria, is the second leading producer and exporter of sesame. It is one of the top 3 producers of gum arabic. Also, it is the leading producer of rice, wheat, watermelon, and industrial tomato. In the mineral deposit area, Jigawa State boasts of over 10 different kinds of solid mineral existing in commercial quantities, including precious, semi-precious, metallic, and non-metallic minerals. Specific solid mineral deposits include granite, kaolin, soda ash, copper, and tin ore. Let me say it loud and clear. Jigawa State is open for trade and investment. Finally, one point that I would like to emphasize as we discuss the subject is the imperatives of policies and strategies which ensure that Africa and Africans fully reaps the benefit of ensuring economic growth derivable from trade and investment across the globe and the continent. It is my considered opinion that the continent needs to foster regional integration through infrastructure and policy instruments, ensure collaboration between the public and private sectors across the continent, and accelerate investment in digitalization and leverage on the power of digital economy. Experts have posited that Africa holds some of the key to the future growth of global economy. Clearly, Africa holds the key to some of the most critical supply chain for growth and development across the globe. The question is, do we have in place as a continent appropriate regional policies and strategies that will ensure the mutual growth and development of all countries across the continent? This makes it imperative to really focus on the development of trade corridors across the countries in the continent as to unlock the huge growth potential derivable from trade and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that great speech. Allow me also announce that he's not alone. There's an entire delegation here as well from Jigawa State. We have here Alhaji Aminu Kanta, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Cooperatives and Tourism. We also have Inuwa Muhammad Idris, Chairman, Committee on Commerce and Investment, Jigawa State House of Assembly. We have Furera Isma Jumar, Director General, Jigawa State Investment Promotion Agency. And finally, we have Nafiu Halilu, Head of Investment Facilitation, Jigawa State Investment Promotion Agency. So it's a full delegation from Jigawa State, which gives the impression that the state is indeed open for business. Please.
Right, and we are going to take some pictures right now, if this won't be too much of a hassle. We would like to invite Your Excellency back on stage for us to take some pictures, and also we would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner of Finance and Economic Development, Mr. Muhammad Gambo Magaji, up on stage for a picture. The Commissioner of Trade, Investment and Tourism, Nasiru Mohammed Aliyu, MNI, for a picture on stage, and Ms. Julie LeBlanc, the Commercial Counsel of the United States in Nigeria.
Joining them would also be Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, who's representing the Vice President today, as well as, of course, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, publisher of Business Day.
Thank you very much.
So sorry. Last but definitely not the least is the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment for Lagos State, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Mebedem. Please join us, ma. Thank you. Oh, she's here already. Thank you. We don't intend to keep you here any longer. We'll go straight to the first plenary session, which would be moderated by Mr. Temilolu Agbangboshe. He's the online editor at Business Day. A round of applause for Mr. Temilolu Agbangboshe as he makes his way to the stage, please. Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great enthusiasm that we convene today to embark on the compelling exploration of harnessing the opportunities in African marine and blue economy. You would all agree with me that blue economy is not just a road to prosperity, but it also has in tandem the opportunity to keep sustainability. So, I'll be inviting to discuss with me on the panel that is themed Harnessing the Opportunities in the Africa Blue Economy, Dr. Amani Asfor, President, African Business Council. Dr. Amani. Okay. As he makes his way here, I would also be introducing Dr. Olisa Agbakoba, Legal ADR Practice Group. Welcome. I would also be introducing retired Rear Admiral Dolapo Kolaole.
Hello? Happy to be here.
Okay, so Dr. Amani Asfor is on Zoom. Welcome. She's here with us already. We'll also be bringing as one of the panelists, retired Rear Admiral Dolapo Kolaole, CEO, Devru Transnational Enterprises. Welcome. And lastly, but not the least, we'll be having Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medebem, Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trades and Investment, Lagos State. Welcome. Welcome. I'm happy to have you all here. It's a great pleasure. And we'll be discussing harnessing the opportunities in the African blue economy. For the next 45 minutes and the last 10 minutes, we'll be using it to take questions and answers. So I'll take questions. The first question from Dr. Amani Asfor, the president. That's not me. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Amani is on Zoom. Yes, she's on Zoom. So okay. Okay, she's on this side. All right. Yes, she's here. So as the president of the African Business Council, how do you envision or how do you see the role of private sector collaboration in driving sustainable development within the marine and blue economy across Africa? Okay. Okay. Can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, so it is my real pleasure to be here in this very important Trade and Investment Forum. I salute all of you and the organizers, and thank you for inviting me. Actually, the blue economy is a huge opportunity for our African continent because it's a huge and wealth of our African continent, having all the wealth with reference to the coasts and the fisheries, the whole ecosystem of the renewable energy. There is a lot that we can really harvest with reference to the business and unlock the potential of the blue economy in a way that really promotes our wealth, our economic growth, our social inclusion. And the private sector, with having aquaculture, we have maritime transport and logistics, fisheries and aquaculture, offshore even oil and gas, mineral resources, renewable energy, transport, tourism. So it's really a major source of wealth and prosperity for our African region if it is managed really sustainably. So the Africa Business Council, as the private sector voice of the continent, is really play a crucial role in driving this sustainable development within the marine and the blue economy. Through innovation, through investment, through collaboration, businesses can help to unlock the potential of this. And I believe that can have a significant impact of the role of the private sector through the collaborative venture and partnerships, like cross-sector partnership, public-private partnership to develop with governments the infrastructure such as ports, coastal tourism, facilities that will really emphasize on the sustainability and community benefits. Also, there is investment, which is in sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, which really should really invest in fishing practices, aquaculture technologies, which will increase the yield while minimizing also the environmental impact. Also, the renewable energy projects, funding projects in ocean energy, wave, tidal, or wind, to promote clean energy sources and reduce carbon prints. Again, innovation and technology with marine research and development. And really, it's about the capacity building and community engagement, how we really support our local communities to have capacity building for economic opportunities, particularly in the coastal regions, depending on the marine resources, and to have skill development and training. Again, policy advocacy and governance, being the Africa Business Council is the premier advocacy arm of Africa, being established by the Health of State Decision Summit. It is very important to advocate for sustainable policies and working with governments and regional bodies to advocate for policies that support the development of blue economy, and also the regulatory compliance and best practices, committing to high standard of environmental and government and social governance, encouraging the whole industry-wide. Our main really role of Africa private sector is to empower our African people, the small enterprises, the women, the youth, and really by doing this, we are really harnessing the potential of the whole African population. As you all know that in Africa, we have more than 22,000 nautical miles across our African continent, with shores of the oceans, the seas. So how do we really play this pivotal role by facilitating the partnership between the government and the private sector enterprises, the transfer of technology from international organizations, stimulate investment and innovation in the marine and the blue economy. And actually, that is why it's very important for those strategies and the policy advocacy, the partnerships, the oceans, and the information sharing about the market insights. We need that every country have a sea, an ocean, a river, to see how we build the capacity of our African people and the private sector, and how to facilitate financial instruments and incentives in order to really invest and to give them transfer of technology to have industries. It is not really, it is not accepted that big ships come to the shores of our African continent and take all the resources of our oceans and go back to their big countries, the superpowers, and we leave our African people not benefiting from the oceans and the marine
economy
resources we have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asfor. From what you said, I heard you mention reforms and legal framework. So that will take me to the next question, which I'll be directing at Dr. Agbakoba. And the question is, as it stands, how do you perceive the legal framework supporting the African marine and blue economy, and what reforms or enhancements would you suggest to unlock these opportunities that we are talking about?
Thank you very much. The legal framework doesn't exist. That's the problem. And the second thing is to say that the blue economy, brouhaha, it's an old concept. It's as old as civilization. So when you say marine and blue economy, I'm from Onitsha. Mungo Park came and said he discovered the waters that have been there. The problem is what we do with the blue economy, or in fact any resource. The general theme today has been about how do we, the governor spoke about it, how do we exploit resources. So I'm going to shift the question a bit, because it's not really about law, it's about the political will. So for Nigeria, we give kudos to President Tinubu for establishing the marine and blue economy, which those of us in the industry have spoken for last 40 years. So that's good. But it's what happens that is the issue. Look at China, the Belt and Road Initiative, cutting across Asia, Europe, Africa, and that's why they are doing well. But here, if I wanted to go to Onitsha, apart from kidnappers, how do I do it? How do I go? The airports are not there. There are no roads. So that's why trade is locked in. So the legal framework, yes, is a good idea. You create the laws. We created the cabotage law in 2004. It didn't work. So it's more than law, is my point. It's about the policy environment, the leaders, those who lead us. Are they prepared to put things in order? So, but if you want me to talk about the law, there's a whole host of laws that need to be introduced to create the environment. Businessmen don't work where there's a rule of the jungle. We need laws. So we need, for instance, for the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to understand, somebody spoke here about how much we lose in terms of fishing. We have a whole host of aquatic products. Nigeria has one of the best tuna in the world. In Hong Kong, they refer to Nigeria's, if you go to a top restaurant, they will serve you Nigerian prawns. But we don't get it here. It doesn't come here. It's all gone. But what's the reason for that? We don't have a Coast Guard. And I've spoken about a Coast Guard system for decades. President Tinubu's announcement of a marine police, I don't know whether that's what he means by a Coast Guard. If that is what it is, fine. But if you do not police your boundaries, there's nothing much you can do. So those are the very critical laws that we need to recognize and put in place. Because Tayo spoke about the multidimensionally poor, 133 million. But look at all the resources in the ocean in Nigeria that we're not able to use, merely because the regulatory environment is in a mess. We have a humongous agency called NIMASA. It's doing about 7 different functions, all badly. So you cannot get resources or revenues. And so every year we are poorer and poorer because the legal framework is so weak. We heard Tayo speak about the law on Murphy, Ministry of Finance Incorporated, 1958. But there are some laws on our books that date back to 1630. So these are part of the reasons why we are not doing as well. So yeah, the political statement establishing the Blue and Marine Ministry is a great idea. The next thing we need to underline are policy statements that can support it. And then the third thing we need to see are strong executive agencies that can implement the policies. And then the fourth thing that follows is the participation of the private sector. Because money only goes where there can be a profit. Right now, nobody wants to put money in Nigeria because the entire regulatory and legal environment is extremely weak. So my call would be for those in the National Assembly to get out of their SUVs and get work done. Pass laws. That's what I will be saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I join you in saying that. I join you in saying that about the SUV.
The SUVs, yes.
All right. So, I'll be coming to you, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medebem. And the question here is, considering Lagos State's significant coastal resources, what investment has the government made in enhancing marine infrastructure? I would like to hear highlights of some of the specific ones.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning all. Stand on the existing protocol. Thank you for your question. Prior to me answering, I think it's important that I also contextualize. When Mr. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, outlined the, for want of a better word, tagline, Greater Lagos Rising. The premise, and I suppose the definition of that, is about ensuring that we work closely and forge close alliances with the organized private sector for a number of reasons and key stakeholders. And further, in addition to that, there is a master plan for Lagos State which categorically alludes to ensuring that that is indeed achieved. Now, having said that, I think it's really important to also understand that from an investment standpoint, the entire cabinet, etc., all have specific functions. And so I suppose it goes needlessly without saying that there is a commissioner for waterfront and infrastructure. There's a DG that manages our waterways, and I am the commissioner for commerce, trade and investment and cooperatives. So I'm just trying to allude to all of this so that you understand that in addition to the 30-year plan, in addition to the Themes Plus agenda, which is the development agenda for Lagos State, there's actually an action plan and key leaders in charge of all of that. Now, in terms of what are the sort of key investment opportunities, there are a number of them. And I'll start with the one that was just very recently, the deep sea ports. Just on Monday, Mr. Governor was at the Lekki Port, which is part of the Lekki Free Zone, an agency that I also head. And we specifically were delighted to form those alliances with the private sector to welcome the largest liquefied vessel to Lagos. And it's fully automated. The actual port in itself is fully digitized. And when you put all of that and consider that across the value chain, it's creating jobs. It's opening Lagos State and indeed Nigeria for business opportunities and investment. And that is just not there. I mean, we also have other Badagry Deep Sea Port as well is incoming. And there's a lot of work and involvement that we're doing there as well. And just to even talk about the improved inland waterways, for instance, in Lagos, I remember, I think I heard a conversation where the Atlantic MD, for instance, mentioned that some of his team would only see their families at the weekends. And I'm delighted to say that that's changed because now we have the waterways, we have the ferries, we have terminals, and the routes are very defined, they're very clear. And you have, I think it's from Ikorodu to Falomo. You have that's the 5 calories axis. You also have the Lag Ferry, which is now being used. It's affordable. We have floating buoys, which addresses health and safety, again, jobs, and also enhancing the ease of doing business, and most fundamentally, alleviating poverty. We have installation of fuel dumps as well, because we don't want jerry cans all over the place. So again, there's 3 key areas where that happens, and again, that's been fully leveraged and fully optimized. The channelization of the ferry routes, now that dovetails into transportation, because the roads, when I talked about the free zone, the roads are very important. When I talk about Badagry Deep Sea Port, the roads are very important. So there's a lot of analysis and detail that's gone into that, and I'm sure when I say that I brought along our investment deal book, which outlines the core areas and sectors. So they're all intertwined, interwoven, and very, very clear. And then the opportunities for investors, the logistics and shipping opportunities, agriculture and fishery. And in that particular case, it's really about capacity building as well. So with the ministry under, I think it's Women's Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, there's fisherwomen capacity building, etc. Obviously, I can't talk about this without mentioning marine tourism, which is evolving. I think I'm happy to say that Lagos State ranked 19th globally as the best place, megacity, to live, work, and play. I think that does deserve a round of applause, everyone. Globally. I agree. I think they all agree as well.
Ahead of Dubai.
Ahead of, thank you very much. It's been validated here. public-private partnerships, attracting and supporting businesses, and obviously making sure that the regulatory streamlining of it as well. So I just want to, I mean, I could go on, but I hope I've adequately answered that question.
Yes, yes, and there will be more opportunities to answer. I will still ask for more.
Of course.
Yes, so we have talked about the legal framework. We've talked about a lot of what you talked about also involves people moving from one place to the other, goods moving, and we cannot do all this without talking about security. So this brings me to retired Rear Admiral Dolapo Kolawole. And the question is, how can the maritime security infrastructure be strengthened in African waters to counteract piracy and other maritime threats, ensuring safety of shipping lanes and fostering a secure environment for the blue economy? We all know what's happening on the Red Sea and how it has affected the global economy. So how do we go about it? How do we put the security, drawing on your vast experience in this area?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, I would want to say I am happy about this seminar, which deals with the blue economy reference, economy of Africa and energizing the African economy. I would want to also give a small perspective from the fighting sailor, so to say, an Air Force officer is an airman, a naval officer is a seaman, but where is a fighting airman and a fighting sailor? Just to say, the relevance of the blue economy, as an example, if you can cut off sea lanes of communication, no access, simple, just think about it this way, that it means African countries can no longer trade. 90% of global trade is seaborne. Another example, simple, is you cannot export hydrocarbon, which is a main source for the Nigerian economy, which means collapse of the Nigerian economy. That's a simple way of looking at it. A second thing, that delights me with this conference as a military sailor is when we were being trained initially, we discovered something as Nigerian cadets then, which was that we're about the only people, Africans, that never conquered the ocean. The Europeans, the Asians, the Arabian Peninsula, all had access to the open ocean. We never ventured beyond our inland waterways. And dynamics, international dynamics in those days was predator-prey dynamics. And if you do not venture beyond your oceans, you become prey to those who are predators and can come over. So this delights me that we are seeing as Africans the importance of the oceans. Now, to answer your question, you asked about the infrastructure and how it can be improved for security. And I'll be very, very fast about that. First of all, what is the infrastructure? What? And I will say it's political. We have the Yaoundé architecture and the Djibouti Code of Conduct. What is all this all about? The Yaoundé architecture is an agreement by African nations to cooperate militarily to secure their waterways so that it can facilitate trade and commerce. The Yaoundé architecture covers the western side, that is the Atlantic Ocean, spreading from Senegal as far as Angola. Of course, that means the whole of West Africa, inclusive of Nigeria, is there. And so it's an agreement by these countries to come together and facilitate maritime security. The Djibouti Code of Conduct is on the other side, the Indian Ocean, the Horn of Africa, with countries like Sudan, Kenya, and those countries on that side, Somalia and so on. So I would say the Yaoundé architecture is quite functional, but has problems. The Djibouti architecture basically exists only on paper because we know, and we know the reality, that security in the Gulf of Aden, the Indian Ocean, along those African coastlines, is mainly in the hands of foreign naval task forces. So having said what is in position, what is the infrastructure in place, what are the problems of this infrastructure, I would say the first is operational. So African navies, West African navies, Gulf of Guinea have agreed to work together and cooperate. But there are a lot of gaps, operational gaps. Navies are expensive to maintain and build. African nations tend to be more army-centric. So there are a lot of gaps in the ability to deploy platforms to secure these waterways, because most of these navies are basically what we would call brown water navies, not real ocean-going blue sea navies. Nigerian Navy, as an example, has the Falcon Eye system, which is a maritime domain awareness system, which is a system that tells you what is going on in your environment. It's a wonderful system, but there are better ones still, more technologically advanced ones. So I say the first problem is operational, availability of platforms to dominate our oceans and waterways, and maritime domain awareness shortages. The second is economic. This Gulf of Guinea cooperation, the Yaoundé architecture, who funds it? It's ECOWAS, which represents West Africa, and ECAS, which represents Central Africa, and then the Gulf of Guinea. We all know that these organizations have serious funding problems. They are cash-strapped. So the quantum of fund required is not coming in. The third problem, too, is the legal. You have what you call now the SPOMO, which assists and helps with a legal finish. And here is what I'm talking about. Finally, you do all this. You catch the pirates, as an example. But you caught pirates off the coast of Senegal on a vessel that is flying the Panama flag, but belonging to a German company, with crew from Philippines, Europe, Africa, and Asia. Now, what do you do with pirates you caught in Senegalese waters if Senegal does not have domestic laws for the prosecution of those pirates? And so you find these bottlenecks. And after all the effort at sea, these people walk away free, so to say, because there are no domesticated laws. Like I said, Nigeria has enacted the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offenses Act. So it would be good if others can follow. But I'm enumerating the points, and so far I've talked about the operational, economic, legal, and then the political, finally, which is the will, a lack of sea blindness. This thing comes up, that phrase comes up, which is a non-recognition of the importance of the blue economy. And I will talk about the Gulf of Eden, still political. I'm talking about political, where you have very, very weak governments like Somalia, where there are a lot of governmental problems. So if I have now enumerated issues, what are the solutions? Better operational funding, better equipped navies, more funds into these organizations like from ECOWAS, ECAS to the Yaoundé architecture, enactment of laws that allow legal finishing when criminals at sea have been arrested, and then political will. So those are the solutions. So,
thank you very much. I have been schooled, and I still have a lot of questions, but the moderators have been doing hand for me. So I will just leave the mic open now for members of the audience to ask their questions. I don't want to be selfish, so please indicate if you have questions for the next 10 minutes so that we can take the Q&A. Okay. Okay, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sojia Umani. I am in the area of international trade law. But I'm here first as a Nigerian because I think some of the conversation we're having here is rather high. Most of it perhaps may not be attainable in the now. I've said this to as many people as will listen, that perhaps the strongest competitive edge that Nigeria has in international trade under the AFCFTA is trade in services. We are always concentrating on trade in goods, lack of money, lack of this, lack of infrastructure. We do not realize that, in fact, globally, over 60% of international trade is in trade in services. Anachronistically, we are in this age where you can actually trade in services without moving. These regulations that we're working with give us 4 modes of trading in services. But we keep talking about the factories that are not even able to produce enough for home consumption. You want them to export. to Zambia. We talk about sea lines that don't exist. I think we should take a chill pill here and start talking about trade in services. It is the lowest of low-hanging fruits. And if you will get your governments to behave like Rwanda and Kenya, we will be on our road there faster. Let there be no barriers to trade in services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Awobade. Would you want to react to that?
That's a brilliant point. And in fact, yesterday we had a webinar, and the point about trade and services was emphasized. But the contradiction was that my daughter, who has a British passport, can get into Rwanda, and now with a Nigerian passport, I can't. That's a contradiction. So those are the barriers that we need to remove so that trade and services can flow internally. Another point I had lost when I was speaking, which I want to make now, is Apapa. I have been in Apapa for 40 years, so I know it very well. And Commissioner, I would urge you, because I don't even know who owns it, whether the Lagos State government or the federal. But Apapa can make 20 billion a day. 20 billion a day. But no one is regenerating Apapa. So I use this opportunity to call for an Apapa Maritime City Regeneration Program. The place was built with the sole aim of exporting. So on one side, you have the residentials, where the senior captains lived. On the other side, you had the warehouses where goods were kept. And that's it. It's been like that for maybe 80 years. So there's a big opportunity. Now we're talking about maritime and the maritime and blue economy, to have a second look at Apapa. And politically, I would say Apapa belongs to Lagos State, even though under the Constitution, it is federal. So it is something Lagos State should take up so that we can generate the revenues that will help the 22 or 23 million people who live here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I have to respond.
Yes, please.
What I would like to say is sometimes I personally like to keep things very simple. There's and I use analogies a lot. There's a Nigeria, or should I say African proverb that says, if you want to go far, or should I say fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. I'm happy to say that a lot of work is ongoing, a lot of collaboration in order to ensure that Nigeria, and indeed led by Lagos, achieves competitiveness, sustainable competitiveness, and cost efficiency. So a lot of work is going on in that arena. And a lot of, should I say, for want of a better word, mitigations are also avenues, hence why I mentioned the Lekki deep sea port. I mentioned Badagry deep sea port is working. And yes, there are always going to be challenges and bottlenecks. And that's been addressed, so we're working with the regulatory frameworks, making sure that all the sort of key issues, Mr. Governor has ensured that the transportation is being addressed. A lot of conversations in terms of including and conversion with all, and discussing with the key stakeholders is also happening. I won't say much on that, but I prefer to say that, watch this space. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we will watch the space. Please, let's have this person. There's a mic beside you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Akwara. I'm a documentary filmmaker that focuses on telling developmental story. So my question would be for the ordinary Nigerian. So recently I did an investigation through the waterway from Lagos to Benin Republic. So there are certain women who transport adire through the waterway. I couldn't differentiate where it's Nigeria and where it's Benin Republic. That's one. Two, we realized that we have to, for everywhere we see checkpoints, people don't really care about the trade that happens. It's about payment, payment, payment. So I asked one of the officers that, do you check our passport to know if we are from West Africa? And how do trade happen if an adire that is produced in Ibadan or Abeokuta is taken to Benin Republic? What's supposed to be the tariff, if there are tariff? So I don't know, for Lagos State government, I would like to ask, what's the plan for small businesses? Because already in Benin Republic, to be precise, they are lacking quality materials. These are things that they've said. And there are people who are in Lagos who would want to export these materials to Benin Republic here, but the bottleneck. And then lastly, where these officers are staying is unbearable. So I can even imagine why they take bribe. It's unbearable. I would like the Lagos State government and Nigeria to look at their welfare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Lagos State is in the hot seat this morning. But I'll respond. Thank you very much for your question, sir. I'll break down my answers to your questions. The first one is, what is Lagos State doing for MSMEs? I'll just look back and recap on what I actually do. And my role is threefold. One is to drive economic prosperity and growth. Two, focus on trade. And three, strengthen the organized private sector through MSMEs, through the industrial sector, through startups, because I think it's important I don't miss them out, nanos, and women. It's very important that we mention women as well. And so it takes a number, it's broken down into commerce, trade, cooperatives, and investment. And so I'm working with a number of stakeholders. I work with a number of BMOs, business member organizations. We take a pulse, we engage the MSMEs, we try to understand what are their key pain points, and one of them is, for me, as a deliverable this quarter, or should I say this H2, is to work with the key stakeholders to develop a robust, agile export policy. AFTA, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, is something as well. Recently, Mr. Governor held the Corporate Assembly, which means BOS meets the business, the community. It's an annual event. And at that event, we deliberately target and invite key stakeholders to attend. And you'll be interested to know, and I'd like to invite you. It's an annual event. The last one was last December, and it was the 8th edition, and it's never been held other than annually. I'm happy to say that as a result of the rigor, the rank and caliber, and quite frankly, the challenge is from the stakeholders that attended, there's going to be another corporate assembly this quarter, which is unprecedented. And it's unprecedented in the sense that we're specifically inviting the federal government key stakeholders to attend. And so, needless to say, the whole essence of that is to address and respond to a number, for Mr. Governor to attend to a number of those key challenges that you just alluded to. And I already mentioned that there's a regulatory framework. I mentioned that from a security standpoint in Lagos, that it cuts across both land and the sea and the waterways as well. Safety, etc., that's all very much work in progress. Feedback you've just given, we'll certainly address that. But I just wanted to just give you an overview that that's very much noted, and we're certainly going to be addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Retired Rear Admiral Kolaole would like to also react to that.
Hello. Okay, something I found very interesting in your question is you don't know when you are in Nigeria or when you are in Republic of Benin. And I would want to say that that's an interesting thing. But the first thing is you are a passenger. So as an example, even by air, even when you are flying, you don't know when you've crossed into another country. It's the man who is at the controls with the navigation system and can see the delineation, international boundary delineation lines. But you also know, for as an example, that in passenger aircraft, sometimes on the seat in front of you, you can watch the movement of the aircraft and know when you've crossed boundaries, into another country. But here now, you are talking about very rudimentary means of transport at sea, I know, through the creeks and canals, flying boats, speedboats. And as Africans, we always know, and villagers always know, you always know that this is the last village in Nigeria. And once I move further, the next village is in Republic of Benin or Cameroon. The villagers, the local villagers know The villager knows that this, my village, is at the boundary, but it falls in Nigeria, and the village across is in Republic of Benin or Cameroon. Usually, all these kind of local communities are the same people, same kith and kin, same language, same culture. It's just colonial boundaries that drew them apart. So another way you could have done it is ask, which one be the last village for Nigeria, and which one be the next village across where the Republic of Benin? But there are no automated systems to show you in such a flying boat, and you can only ask, what is the last village that will, and once we've passed that village, what is the next village that I will use to know I'm in Republic of Benin? I hope you understand what I'm saying, because of the nature of the craft you were in. The second thing is I'm touched about is the condition of those who are in charge of enforcing security there. And you know, when I was speaking, I spoke at a higher level, but it comes down to the lowest level. Even the Marine Police is an essential component of maritime security. Those who are supposed to patrol our local waterways, the customs and so on. And it comes down to funding. How well are these agencies funded? You are supposed to have boats in those waters. You are supposed to have boats trying to prevent smuggling in those waters, trying to prevent crime in those waters. I don't know if you ran into some of them, but there are supposed to be. If there were none, it shows the gap. And any day, anytime, the condition of where armed men are encamped or garrisoned also tells about the quality of funding available to that establishment, policing or military. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As much as I would like to take more questions,
Can I just say something? Sorry. Just a quick one, because I just needed to also respond, because part of what we also address is that, under the Themes Plus, the S is about security and governance. And I know for a fact that a lot of, that covers across both land and transport. And I just really wanted to assure that feedback I will also take back. But I'm pretty sure that that's also addressed robustly in Lagos. Thank you.
The conversation may have finished here, but it continues online. Your questions, you can tag them at #ATIS2024. We'll make sure that the questions are answered. So, thank you very much, Dr. Amani Asfor. Thank you, Dr. Olisa Agbakoba. Thank you, Rear Admiral Dolapo Kolaole. Thank you, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medebem. It's been a nice time being with you. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that that was a brilliant session. So once again, I would like us to please appreciate our esteemed panelists with a round of applause. And I do hope that we leave here with some salient points and key takeaways. A few housekeeping rules before we move. Please keep your personal belongings safe, as a hotel will not be held accountable for any theft. And please make sure that you take note of your surroundings. And also the convenience, because we realize that some people have been asking, the convenience is at the first turning at the left exit. By your right is the convenience. And we also have a muster point in case of emergencies, one at the left and one at the other right. We have our security and fire marshals present in case of emergencies. There will be none. We would also like to recognize our sponsors for making this event successful. Ankoria Asset Management, Airtel Nigeria, Joberman, Aluko, and Oyebode, Jigawa State. Please give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. We would also like to take this time to recognize the presence of some of these dignitaries that we have present here today. Everyone here is a dignitary. The Gombe State Delegation, the Gombe State Governor, ably represented by Muhammad Inuwa Yaya. Benson Yaya, the Member Steering Committee on Gombe Investment. Aisha Yakubu Bako, Lead Consultant to Gombe State on Business and Investment Drive. The Honorable Commissioner of Finance and Economic Development, Muhammad Gambo Magaji. The Commissioner of Trade, Investment and Tourism, Nasiru Muhammad Aliyu MNI, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance and Chief Economic Advisor to the Ogun State Governor, Dakpo Okubadejo. Abdulaziz Usman Abubakar, the Coordinator, Maigatari Export Processing Zone. Mr. Simon Omo Ezomo, PhD, is the Head Special Duties, Office of the Permanent Secretary, and is representing the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Investment.
Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
So we'll move to the next panel session now, which will be moderated by Dr. Nkemdilim Iheanacho, a Senior Lecturer of Strategy at the Lagos Business School. On that panel, we'll have His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, Umar Namadi, FCA. He will be joined by Mr. Dakpo Okubadejo, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance and the Chief Economic Advisor to the Governor. He's here representing His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dakpo Abiodun. Dr. Nkemdilim, please. Thank you. So for the next 15 minutes, we'll be listening to them tell us about what their states are doing to drive growth through trade, as well as the role that the federal government can play in creating an enabling environment in those states as well. Over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'll crave your indulgence to stand on existing protocol. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, Umar Namadi. Umar Namadi is a prominent Nigerian accountant, politician who currently serves as the Governor of Jigawa State. He's previously held the position of Deputy Governor, and he's a founder of Namadi Umar & Co. Chartered Accountants, a reputable firm based in Kano. Please give His Excellency a round of applause. Also joining us on this panel will be the representative of His Excellency Prince Adedakpo Olusegun Abiodun, the Executive Governor of Ogun State. Please join us, sir. Please, a round of applause for him, sir. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be running through a few questions in the next 15 minutes just to sort of understand the competitiveness of your states and how your states are actually preparing to position and reap off the benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So, Your Excellency, permit me to start by commending the great work you're doing in Jigawa State, the efforts you've made in investment promotion, and all of the areas you've instituted reforms to actually transform, drive trade, and attract investment, and also the impressive delegation you came to this conference with, further showing how committed the state is to development. Seeing that Jigawa State has competitiveness in the area of agriculture, what other measures have been taken to create an enabling environment to actually enhance this ecosystem and make Jigawa a hub for agriculture in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that agriculture is the major driver of Jigawa State economy, and also is the primary source of livelihood for the population of Jigawa State, being an agrarian state. Therefore, Jigawa State is said to be agriculture-led economy. So on that note, let me say also, add that maybe buttress what I have said, the GDP survey of 2022, which was conducted by the Jigawa State Bureau of Statistics in collaboration with the National Bureau of Statistics. Agriculture has the highest contribution to our GDP with about 46.7%. That shows and confirms that Jigawa State economy is agriculture-led economy. So, added to that is, because of what we have considered to be agriculture is the major driver of our economy, the government of Jigawa State over a decade has prioritized agriculture by building and investing in agriculture and the initiation of what we call agricultural transformation agenda in Jigawa State. Now, the agricultural transformation agenda aims at ensuring that agriculture is given all the priorities it requires. Now, for instance, first of all, we have an investment promotion company, an investment promotion agency. This agency is considered to be a one-stop service provider to all prospective investors in Jigawa State. Now, in addition to that, that investment company has the responsibility of providing all the necessary to facilitate all the necessary arrangement for any prospective investor in Jigawa State. And it works without any hindrance. It's just a complete one-stop shop. Now, in addition to that, in addition to that, Jigawa State, we are blessed with a land, a rival land. In fact, we have a Padama land of over 400,000 hectares. And this land, you can cultivate both rainy and dry season farming. So because of that, we said we have available land for investment. Now, in addition to all this, as a government, we try as much as possible to put in policies that will support the investors. Now, for instance, like I say, the investment promotion company, and also we have what we have as we call Jigawa State Government Support Extension Service. Now, if you are coming as an investor, you have an extension service that is supported by government that will help your farmers to ensure that they have improved their yield and improved the growth. Now, in addition to that also, we have what we call Jigawa State Facilitated Outgrower Scheme. Now, this is a scheme that was outgrower scheme. Whatever you want to do, if you want, whatever crops you want to do, you have an outgrower scheme that will arrange you with the farmers, you give them the input, then you make sure that they produce the standard and the quality you require. Now, we have the same arrangement with the Nigerian flour mills for the last 5 years, and it has been very fruitful. Now, okay, in addition to that also, we have a policy, what we call LAV. LAV is a new policy that is Land Acquisition and Resettlement Framework. Now, this is a policy which shows that you get a when you are receiving your land, you have undisputed land allocation. That means once you are given a land, it will be free from any encumbrances, it will be free from any dispute, you are free to continue your work. But in addition also, on the government side, it also prevents long holding of land without utilization for which it was given. So means if we give you a land, we are giving you a land as a right for a period of 2 years, then we watch you to see that you have developed that land for what you have acquired land. Otherwise, the land revert automatically back to the government. So this is a policy we have put in place to ensure that investors are protected, and all at the same time, government is protected. So all this is what we are doing as a government to ensure that we have attract investment. Not only that, we have also a very robust PPP policy in Jigawa State. A PPP policy that will have be done between the government and a private investor. So all these are there to attract investors to Jigawa State. Okay, in addition to that, because it's an agricultural-led state, we have a lot of other policies. We have an agricultural policy that is put in place and is now being reviewed with the support of FCDO. This is all done to ensure that we have provided an enabling environment. Other things that are attractive for Jigawa, for an investor to come to Jigawa in agriculture, apart from the enabling environment, I think it will not be a sort of, with all modesty, we can say Jigawa State has the best securities in Nigeria, because we are the most secured state in Nigeria. So I think that is also an attraction to any investor who wants to put his money. And not only that, also the political will of the government as demonstrated currently shows that any investor that comes into Jigawa will have all the support he requires to run his business.
Fantastic. Please, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Indeed, you're doing a fantastic job as the Chief Marketing Officer of the state. Honorable Dakpo Okubadejo, Honorable Commissioner, thank you again for coming. Ogun State is arguably West Africa's largest industrial hub. And this hub has seen massive investments in the development of very extensive manufacturing concerns that cut across multiple sectors in Nigeria. And this hub also serves markets that go up to the Gambia, across the whole of the West African region. How is the state planning to put in place policies that will strengthen this attraction of new and larger manufacturing industrial clusters, expand its status, and also make the state a lot more interesting and exciting for investors?
All right, thank you very much. Please, His Excellency is unavoidably absent. He is currently abroad. And also permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name again is Dakpo Okubadejo. Ogun State is a very blessed state, not only by virtue of our competitive advantages, but also comparative advantages. Up until now, it used to be that we're neighbors to Lagos, although we're 4 or 5 times bigger than Lagos, with a total land size of about 16,700 square kilometers, whereas Lagos is just 3,500 square kilometers. But the real issue has been that many investors in Ogun State in the past used to be operating on a push factor, meaning that they are just naturally pushed from Lagos, either due to cost or due to high taxes or whatever it is, to Ogun. There was never a concerted, deliberate strategy to proactively attract investors over the years, even though, of course, previous administration did their best, but we've not really maximized the full potential. And so during at the beginning of this current administration, His Excellency's vision was to have a best-in-class governance through and also create an enabling environment for public-private partnership and thereby growing the economy of the state and improving the economic prosperity of the people. And our economic objective is to make Ogun State the fastest growing economy in Nigeria. And just last year, I think we've already achieved that milestone. So what is the key strategy that we're hoping to further this growth and achieve a pull factor that would enable Ogun State to have the fastest growing economy. The first, of course, is the fact that we want to leverage heavily on our competitive and comparative advantages. Our location is prime. Ogun State is the gateway state. The reason we're called the gateway state is that you cannot pass through from Lagos to any part of Nigeria without passing through Ogun State, either by air, road, sea. You must pass through Ogun State. So the state is strategically located. And our strategy is to be the model industrial and logistics hub, not only for industrialization, but also for knowledge. We have the highest number of tertiary institutions in Nigeria, with over 20 universities, as an example. So we generate low-skilled, cheap, highly skilled manpower as well. So when you look at the point about this particular location and what we're doing essentially, the first thing is that we have 3 free trade zones in the state. 2 of them are functional and the other is not functional. But we also realize that being the biggest industrial hub in this country, it is important that we help drive the cost of production and make many of these industries to be super efficient. And so the first thing His Excellency did as part of his overall economic development plan and strategy was to create what we refer to as economic development clusters. Those clusters were meant to have private sector investments in infrastructure that will provide facilities for shared services, power, water, security, waste management, and all the rest of it. And because access to land has been a major challenge and issue in this part of the world, by acquiring and master planning these clusters, we've already prepared the place in readiness for potential investors. And the first of those clusters is our Aerotropolis, which is the airport city. It's about 5,000 hectares. The anchor project is the cargo airport, but it has 5 other zones. The agro-industrial processing zone, the greenhouse agriculture zone, the logistics and distribution zone, and the rest of it. And the reason for that is that when we have cluster of these companies, and we have private sector investors providing power and all that, each company does not have to provide its own power. They don't have to do their own water and all that. So those clusters, we believe very, very strongly, in addition to incentives by the federal government, either through giving free trade zone status in those clusters or special economic zone status that will provide additional benefits and incentives, will further encourage investors to come and set up. But by far the most important issue for us is value addition. I mean, Ogun State is already the largest producer of cassava. We're top producer in rice. Aquaculture, we're number 1. Poultry as well. But the biggest issue, if we are to be serious about export earnings, providing jobs, we need to add value. And so our special agro-industrial processing zone in the Aerotropolis, which we have partnered with a major investor that's actually commenced operations, or they've commenced construction now, is going to go far ahead to ensure that jobs are provided, skills are provided as well, but in terms of training and capacity building, and then we begin to have serious import substitution strategy. If we do not do anything about non-oil export, whatever we're doing about foreign exchange is just a mirage. We really have to turn things around. And if manufacturers do not see our country or our state as the most efficient or low-cost producing area, they won't come here, in spite of whatever incentives you give. So this cluster strategy, we believe, will not only provide these shared services, but also drive down cost of production. The second thing we're doing, by virtue of our status as the gateway state, is that we're adopting a multimodal transportation network that will again further reduce the cost of logistics and distribution. When we did that, our airport that we're building now, is primarily not even for passengers. Passenger is just on top of it. It's primarily for cargo and to attract all the farm produce from the southwest. And we have them in abundance. The cocoa is there, rubber, cashew, and the likes. And we start producing here. So by having that airport, we've opened the state to the world. And hopefully, even in the greenhouse agriculture area, where they can produce cut flowers, bell peppers, vegetables, they can begin to have those as export produce. We've also just gotten approval for a dry port because you already have so many of these companies already in Ogun State. We already know the issue of the congestion in Apapa as an example. Having a dry port in Ogun State is so strategic along the railway corridor that will use that particular dry port location as the destination for the import of those goods. And within just 30 minutes, they can be transported to the factories for production. The third one, or the third pillar of our multimodal transport network is the Olokola Deep Sea Port. Olokola Deep Sea Port has been on the table for so many years. Unfortunately, we've not been able to do anything about it. But the advantages Olokola Deep Sea Port has is such that it has the deepest natural draft in Nigeria. In fact, second deepest in the whole of Africa. All right, with 18.5 meters depth. Natural, you don't have to do any dredging. So we're hoping and working assiduously to actually encourage the revitalization of that particular deep sea port, right? And so with all of this, we've also created what we refer to as SILAS, Small and Medium Enterprise Industrial Land Acquisition Scheme, because we realize that the bedrock of any economy is the SMEs. But the major challenge they have here is access to land, inadequate security or collateral, and lack of cheap source of financing. So by creating this scheme, we give them priority, we give them preference to acquire land, and we are working with financial institutions that will not only pay us for the land at much reduced rates, but would also give them working capital. And thereby, they've created a security or collateral that they can use for future financing. That's what we're also creating. In terms of reforms, we've done a lot of reforms. The first, of course, is in the development of our economic development plan and strategy 2021 to 2025. We, first of all, felt that if this economy is going to be driven by private sector, then we have to have a regulatory framework for private sector participation. And so we did the PPP law. We set up a PPP office that basically, drives interaction with private sector. We also established what we call the Business Environment Council. The Business Environment Council focuses on key areas and processes that investors and private sector leverage on in their interaction with government. So things like construction permits, land acquisition, and all the rest of it. And we're reforming all these processes to remove red tapes and bottlenecks. And by far the biggest of all the reforms we've done in the area of trade and investment is the establishment of Ogun State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and we call it Ogun Invest. It was based on a law. The office is already set up. We have the deputy DG here, and we strategically located the head office in Isheri, not in Abeokuta, in Isheri, such that investors will have easy access, And just 3 days ago, I believe, we inaugurated our investment ambassadors. The representative of the NIPC was also present at the event. The reason why we have these investment ambassadors is that in a one-stop shop concept, those ambassadors have one leg in their respective ministries and they have one leg in Ogu Invest. Because we realize that if you transfer all of them into Ogu Invest or into this promotion agency, then the host ministries will see them as outsiders and they won't follow whatever developments going on in the ministry. So we make them ambassadors such that they still within the ministry and they are going to be able to help facilitate all of the requests, inquiries that potential investors are also looking for. The last but not the least is land reforms. Because you know, Ogun State is blessed with very strategic land and real estate resources. And so we have a lot of encroachment. We have a lot of people that are trying to get in on speculation basis. We've reformed land and created a platform we call Ogun State Land Administration and Revenue Management Systems, OLAMS. That way you can sit in the comfort of your home and acquire for either agric land or industrial land or residential land, all right? And we've done it in such a way that all payments are digitized. And we've also created a new format of our CFO, one page, front and back. We have an electronic signature system that enables the governor or his representative to sign CFOs like 1,000 even a day, and the likes. All of these we have put in place to further optimize our strategic status and position as the preferred investment destination in Nigeria, and to take full advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement as well. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please, can we give a round of applause to Commissioner Okubadejo? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that this has been indeed a very exciting panel. The commitment of Jigawa and Ogun State to trade, to instituting reforms, to upgrading the clusters, and connecting all the various sectors and putting in place mechanisms that will drive investment is quite commendable. MC, I don't know, do we have space for 1 or 2 questions? I know we are well over 15 minutes. Okay, I am told that, okay, I think the learned senior advocate has a question, and it will be dangerous not to allow him ask his question. I may get jailed.
No, I'm happy he's spoken about land, because I have a client and I really crave your indulgence for help. So my client, because you want investments, so this is in Ewekero. So this is Southport Cement. But we'll be given a bill of 6 billion, but we can only afford 500. What do we do?
All right.
Do I come and see you? It's a practical question.
Yes.
Huh?
We can take that.
It's a so give me your card.
No, I will.
No,
I will.
No. Bring your card. Bring your card.
Please, let me give my detail.
He says they want investment.
Yes.
And I want to come.
Yeah, no, we're ready.
The bill is too high.
We're ready. We're ready.
Please, though.
Yeah, no, that's my card. We're ready.
Let me give you mine.
Oh, my God. All right.
I'm going to call you.
No, please.
I'm going to call you. And by the way, brilliant delivery. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you,
Learned senior advocates.
Should I?
Practical investments. Okay, yes, let's take Madam.
Okay. Thank you very much for the privilege that I have to ask this question.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to thank our 2 panelists, and especially the governor, because they have given us some kind of hope the representative of our governor, Mr. Okubadejo, thank you for your excellent delivery. My name is Aderoju Odumsi, CEO of Sorelo Food and Beverage Company Limited, and also president of Lady Ranchers Multi-Purpose Cooperative Society. I'm an indigen of Ogun State. Most of what you have told us today, I've applied for some of them. We were in the office of the commissioner more than 3 or going to 4 years ago, presenting our cooperative to him. He called all kinds of things, people there. Up till now, no single communication. We pushed, AFDB pushed on our behalf. The PAMSEC there had even retired. And up till now, nothing. So frankly speaking, as I sat there, I heard him, I said, I'm scrolling to my people, Jigawa, here we come.
Yeah.
If my states will not do it,
all
I
right.
go to Jigawa.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to hold you to all the things you have said today.
Yeah.
I personally will. I'm born and bred in Ogun State. I'm married to an Ijebu man. I'm an Abeokuta lady. So I don't know what.
All right.
You see, that's,
all
because
right.
I've attended some of these forums that you have. But when it comes to real delivery, we don't have it.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I quickly respond?
Yes, please.
All right. Let me take it from the very beginning. Before this current administration, there were very serious issues with respect to land. We met a land bureau with many challenges. For instance, many CFOs were issued for a particular piece of land. There's a lot of racketeering going on in land. So I'm actually, and sometimes it used to take, maybe like 24 months even to issue title. So there are a lot of issues going on. Even the GIS that was implemented at that time could not even function properly. So I appreciate your candor, particularly with respect to the points you have made. But in the last 4 years, right, and the challenges are enormous. And we only have a political cycle of 4 years. And the level of demand for land is also very, very high. Having said that, when we came on board, the first thing we did was to first understand all the issues on ground before we set out to implement land reforms, okay? To implement land reforms. We do not want a situation where you would even need to come to the bureau. I'm not saying that we're done yet with it, by the way, because some of these things is only when you get inside that you will know the enormity of these challenges. But I think we're on a good trajectory, because if you look at the internally generated revenue that we've made from 2020 of 50 billion to 120 billion in 2022, and last year there was an increase as well. And what we've done is just to open up our land resources, okay? The reason we created SILAS, Small and Medium Enterprise Industrial Land Acquisition Scheme, was that anytime we created industrial estates, all those SMEs are taken out because the big companies come and then they just muzzle them out. So specifically, we felt these particular SILAS schemes, of which we've identified 2 or 3 locations that are currently being sold, is only for SMEs. Only for SMEs also because we wanted a situation where there is value optimization. So the inputs of one company can come from another company within that same cluster, thereby reducing or eliminating transport costs. Our objective is to reduce cost of doing business and cost of production. And we've done quite a lot in that area. We've recently just changed our DG Bureau of Lands. We have 24-hour call system for any issues. We've made a lot of changes and all that. But the beauty of all of this is if you experience this again, and we have a hotline that you can report all of these issues, okay? So the issue about your location of your investment is a personal one, and it's one that's also driven by commercial purposes. The proximity of Ogun State to the biggest market, to the 5th largest economy in Africa, is there. So it's a choice you have to make. You save cost of land acquisition, logistics and transportation is also another one. But there's no reason why we can't set up these businesses everywhere. So please, I would like to get your details to find out the specific issues you have. On the issue of Ewekoro,
I think the learned senior advocate is
gone. He's got in my card there. So on the issue of Ewekoro, you know, one of the competitive advantages of Ogun State is that we're also sitting, 75% of the land size of Ogun State is sitting on limestone deposits. 75%. And that's one of the reasons why we have the largest cement manufacturers in that state. Okay? And we're also blessed with a lot of solid and natural resources. You remember that the issue of natural resources or solid minerals is on the exclusive list. All right? Not that we like it as well, because these guys, they go to Abuja, pay very little amount of money, come through the cadastral office, come to the state, and just start digging everywhere. And we will say, who takes care of all the environmental issues that you have created? And they said, no, we're dealing with federal, we're not, So there are reforms that we personally are even proposing in that area until you allow subnationals to have a strategic stake in their resources, even with respect to corporate income tax. Why don't we have derivation, some percentage derivation in the corporate income tax that all goes to the federation account or the federal government? Until we have that, the issue of ease of doing business will forever be a challenge. Subnationals have to be incentivized, because the only thing we get now from companies is personal income taxes, which is less than 10% of the total tax they pay to government. So until we start having those commercial conversations, right, it will be difficult to be able to challenge it. Now, we have value templates for all the locations within Ogun State, value template. And that value template, because we've automated the land, is such that you put in the size, you put in the location, it gives value to you. So the Bureau of Lands people don't even have an opportunity to be manipulating and collecting money under the table. But for strategic investments, you will apply to the executive governor that gives generous discount, because we look at the total picture and not just your investment. So yeah, we will give discount, but I'm not sure 500 million to 6 billion is because you are the one that's also saying we need to be economically and financially independent, and we need to raise our IGR. And as a blue economy, Ogun State is a blue economy. We're a manufacturing-based economy. We are putting in place policies to transition into a white-collar economy, which is a service-based economy. But we need money to do that. We need money to be able to build all the infrastructures. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 kilometers of roads. We focused on our border town access roads from Lagos, Epe Ijebu Road and all the likes of it. So please get my details, and we will do what you want us to do, but I'm not sure.
Please, can we give a round of applause to this gentleman? Thank you, gentlemen. Yes. So we can take a quick photograph.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful event so far, you'd agree with me. So once again, please let's appreciate our esteemed panelists for this brilliant session. And now we'll be heading to our next panel on the creative economy and the African continent. And I'll be inviting our panelists onto the stage. Mr. Imal Silva is an artist, creative economy policy and investment consultant. Please make them feel welcome by a round of applause as they come off stage. His Excellency Kalilu Toure, the Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire, he will be joining us virtually. Mrs. Bolanle Austin Peters, the CEO of Terra Culture. Mr. Audu Makori, the CEO of Chocolate City and a creative industry expert, who will also be joining us virtually. Honorable Stella Okotete, she's the Executive Director of Business Development, Nigeria Export-Import Bank, Nexim. And to moderate this panel is Ms. Nneka Okekearu. She's the Director, Enterprise Development Center, Pan-Atlantic University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll be a typical Nigerian and do like those that came before me did. I'm going to stand on, or sit rather, because I am sitting on all existing protocols that have been established. Are we enjoying the summit? Are you sure you're enjoying the summit? Very low energy. If you know you've gotten something that's going to be very useful to you, in business or in politics or in career, can I see you put your hands up? Okay, so Frank, it looks like not a lot of people are enjoying themselves. I saw very few hands up. All right, so welcome to our panel. So our panel is going to be focusing on the creative economy and the African continent. And what we've seen is that in the last couple of decades, especially in the last decade, there's been growing recognition of how important the creative space is. For those that didn't think it was that important, if you remember Dirty December or Diri December in Lagos and what they charged and all the activities that went on, and then when you now hear how much people paid for certain tables, you realize that the creative space is not a space to overlook. So I'm going to start. So first and foremost, I'm not quite sure if Audu and His Excellency are online.
Yes, we are.
Okay, is that Audu?
Yes.
Okay, hi Audu.
Hi.
His Excellency, are you online as well? Because my first question is for you. Okay.
He's muted, but he's there.
Okay, all right. So I'll start with the first question to His Excellency. And the question is, how does the African Continental Free Trade Area, your country, Côte d'Ivoire, how do you envision that is going to have an impact, specifically around developing and growing your creative space? Your Excellency, please, can you unmute? Or whoever has the laptop, can you type it so that he can see? Has he unmuted?
Yes, I think.
Okay.
Yes, it's unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kalilu Traore, Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire to Nigeria. And I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this important forum and share some information about Côte d'Ivoire and this challenge of African free trade continental area. Cote d'Ivoire, you may know, is overall economy-based country. Agro-industry-based country. And Cote d'Ivoire also is already a very open country when it's come to trade with African countries. We have 37, the share of 37% of our global trade with African countries, including 27 with ECOWAS countries. So the CFTA is for us a big opportunity to increase this record we have. And based on that, we have taken a number of measures in order to be at the right level to take all the benefits from this initiative. The first thing is about our national committee that is chaired by the Prime Minister himself. And we have a national strategy also addressing all the issues, including creative economy and sectors where our country has some advantage, competitiveness advantage. So we also have a strong program for youth that takes into account many sectoral, many area, including creative activities. We have approximately a program of $2 billion that is supposed to impact millions of youth before 2025. So that is how we are trying to be ready to have all the benefit of this CFTA at the continental level.
Thank you very much. $2 billion, wow, that's very impressive. And since I'm talking about money, it's very obvious that I'm going to come to my sister right beside me to ask her the money question. So we hear a lot how creatives complain that the financial sector don't support them, the financial sector, when they have productions, when they have things to do, and they go and meet their banks or meet any of the FIs. They ask them for all sorts of things, which sort of shows that they don't understand that space. So I want you, I know that you're the ED of Business Development at Nexim Bank. If you could just share with us, share with the audience, how you have supported the growth of creative ventures in Nigeria and across Africa. You want to use this?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For us at Nexim, the creative industry fits into our core mandate, considering the fact that we're a service economy. We've actually been funding export of non-oil sectors across 4 cardinal points, sectors, mainly manufacturing, agriculture, services, and solid minerals. The creative industry falls under the category of services. And we provide single-digit funding lines to support players within the creative industry value chain. During the history of our work at the bank, I've been there for 7 years, we funded players in the entertainment industries. We've actually funded the production of a movie in this country. We've also funded players within the textile, the leather value chain. We do a lot within the tanneries in Kano. We also working with some young Nigerians to add value to those leathers, produce handbags, some of which, you know, are currently on shelves all over the world, slippers, shoes, and all of that. All of this makes, you know, the entire space of services. and the creative industry. We also have a product because we understood that you have a lot of women and young people in this space. And so we had to develop a product to address the peculiarity of this special sector. We have the Women and Youth Export Development Facility. It's also available at a single digit. And when I say single digit, it's 9%. There's no add-on, there's no extra fees for that. But we understand that the sector is still yet at its ripe stage for funding. This is because a bank will only fund a bankable business. And I've understood within the last 7 years that a lot of players in the creative arts space they have beautiful ideas. Permit me, all creative industries are vibrant and interesting, but they do not put it into a business plan that is bankable. And so the risks are just too obvious that if you have to mitigate them, if you look through them and you have to create mitigants to mitigate them, you end up either reducing the loan amount, which will not be able to drive the business one, or not just even looking at it to giving them the loan. And so we believe, with the new ministry created by the federal government, the Ministry of Creative Industry, we will be able to, sit with them and develop a better framework, a better structure that would enable players in that sector draw down from government available fundings. One of the reasons why you think we don't have that, because most of these brands are not trademarked. Some of these people also do not have their intellectual property well guided. And so AI has come into the space. With AI now, an artist with beautiful, creative ideas can actually not feel any patronage from anybody because someone could sit in front of their laptops and bring exactly the same, ideas of AI. And so these are things we need to look at to ring-fence it. But I can tell you that the Nigerian Export-Import Bank is well funded to support the sector. What we just need is for the players to look at collaboration, to look at capacity building, should also look at, developing the right template or the right business ideas, put them into a business proposal that is bankable, and we'll definitely be there to give them the support, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can do better for her. 9% Men and Youth Export Facility. So, Honorable Kutiti, offline, we'll talk about that 9% facility. But the next question, I think that it should go to Audu, being a lawyer and all that, because you already started talking about IP. So Audu, as a prominent entertainment lawyer and owner of a reputable label, how can legal frameworks be strengthened in Africa so that the intellectual property rights of the artists and the creators can be strengthened, and how would that help to foster a conducive environment for investments, such as what Stella has just spoken about? Audu, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Yes, all right. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's a very exciting time to be working in the sector. There's never been this amount of resources and funding and interest in the creative sector. But I'll say that the greatest problem that we see across the continent, and this is from the biggest economies, Nigeria, South Africa, and even Kenya and Egypt, is a weak IP protection system. And what you find is that we have a lot of laws, but I don't think that there's a political will to make those laws actually have teeth, So it's more of the bark than the bite. When you look at how economics, especially where the world is, we're in this digital economy, there's a strong correlation, there's always been, but now more than ever, a strong correlation between IP rights and protection and the economic impact on an economy. So you found out that the US has some of the highest rights and protection systems for IP, and that there's a correlation clearly with the economic development. For Africa to actually take its place and to leapfrog in the future, there's a need for proper intellectual property protection and enforcement. Now, virtually every African country, I'm sure, has an IP law of some sort. They have some copyright council or commission or whatever. But the problem is not just about having the commission. I mean, it's not about the law, it's not about the policy, it's the political will to be able to fund them. It's to be able to also be creative about how we protect our IP. China found its way around and did its thing. I don't think that what we have to do is copy exactly what happens in the US or in the UK. I think we can create something that's a hybrid. And there's some facts that are really shocking. Like we talk about Afrobeat music now being the biggest genre and people are playing it, but it is sad to know that 80% of the streams of music or film comes from outside of Africa. And in the short term, it sounds good because we're like, yes, the music's going international, the content is getting global. But the problem is that how well are we monetizing the intellectual property itself? When there's rampant piracy. And this piracy touches on everything. It doesn't just touch on music or film or fashion. It touches on pharmaceutical, on software, on tech companies, on textiles. So there's a need for government to be able to do a bit more. Now, in the case of Nigeria, for example, I'm very excited about the creation of the Ministry of Economy. It's the first time ever. And what this means now is that the creative economy is not just an amusement or something to keep the youth engaged, so they say, but it's really now a whole conversation around economics and how this can drive growth, create wealth, and even reinforce culture across men and women, especially women who are one of the highest employees or are employed by the creative sector. So I think it's an exciting time. I think there's a lot of funding. I'm excited about the 9 billion. But I think just to address what the ED of Nexim Bank said, I've been in various forums and people always say, we don't understand, we need to do more, we need to do more. But I think there's a collective effort. And on the part of creative people, I think there's a need for you to actually do the research and find out what the law is. They say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So I'll advise that you get attorneys, you get legal representation that helps you interpret things and specialists. But on the side of the financial institutions as well, I think there needs to be a shift from how these deals are being done. Intellectual property now is proper. It's real estate, or so I say, it's intellectual property estate, and it's as real as a piece of land. So when you go to the Nexims and some other institutions, and I don't know if this has changed, but primarily they'll tell you, oh, bring this collateral. In today's world, the IP is the collateral. Facebook, for example, or Zoom, which is the platform I'm using to speak to, does not have a physical infrastructure per se that is representative of Zoom. It is the intellectual property, is the idea, it's the software, it's the protection, and the license fees are being paid. So I think it's crucial that we understand that models have shifted and the funding too must shift, and must shift to IP valuation, catalog valuation, looking at a track record. With data, you can see how much someone has sold before, and you can benchmark what a fair gamble is in terms of investing in that person's business would be. So let me stop there, but I think it's a great time, but I think we need to do a bit more in making sure that copyright enforcement and protection is number one, and there's proper funding to ensure that copyright commissions around the continent are able to do what they need to do.
Thank you very much, Audu, for that. Thank you. So I'm going to come to the artists among us. Ima. So Ima started his career and he's still painting. And I know only just this morning, or was it yesterday, he told us how much he sold. I'm not sure if there's anybody from the tax office. I'm not going to talk about that, but it runs in excess of 6 figures, okay? So I think this is for you. And I really want to draw from experience because you started as an artist. You've been consulting. When it comes to various committees about strengthening the space, you're very much there. So I want to ask a question, really drawing from your expertise and your experience. What are some of the innovative approaches and policies that can be effective in empowering local artists, local creators, and ensuring that they receive fair compensation?
Thank you very much. I also happen to be a product of EDC. 12 years ago, I think, was when I was first trained. I got a scholarship to EDC to study entrepreneurship, though I was a creative. Well, that's, I think, the crux of, I want to take us back a little bit. I happen to be an artist and I also happen to be an entrepreneur. So it's not usually the common thing because you're either an artist or you're a businessman. But I just happen to, I had to get into entrepreneurship so that I don't lose my art. I had to make sure that we were comfortable enough so that our art would not die. So having said that, let me just take back a little bit. I love the fact that we touched the aspect of finance, funding, and IP. But I want to just expand it a little bit, unbundle the concept a bit more. The creative economy is largely, and this is not just Nigeria, I know even the developed nations, even when we study, we find out that it's still largely fragmented, informal, undocumented, misunderstood, and a lot of things are still subjective in the minds of people. So it becomes difficult for investors to even take chances or to take risks. So what I do usually is that I try to unbundle the ecosystem. Basically, you have talent at the center, you have talent in the minds of the people, and then when people possess talents, they are called talented people, right? Do we agree? And what happens is that they acquire skills. So you see people that go to theater, film, visual arts, textiles, architecture, all these things are part of even advertising is part of the creative economy by the UN definition. You go for technical skills in the universities. They are taught the technical skills of being good at those things, and they add their talent to it. But hardly do we address the business knowledge around those technical skills. Maybe it's just one course, maybe now in the universities, or maybe it's an enterprise course that everybody takes, but it takes more than that. So we touched on finance, we touched on IP, but then there's operations, because every artist sooner or later will at least have his gallery or have his studio. And before, as he's expanding, he will have other people working for him. He will have connections with suppliers. He will have connections with his clients. He will have relations with his staff. So operations is still there. You also have the issues of education as regards the competence in business of your particular subsector, whether you're a visual artist, whether you're a performing artist, whether you're an architect, whether you're a textile artist. I mean, I run a community of creatives across the country, and we have the spectrum from every subsector. So I see these principles. We also have marketing is another key thing, visibility. Many people think that just by using social media, you can actually, reach the zenith, but it's not so. There's still a lot of knowledge we need to learn and understand that this ecosystem, in fact, yesterday, EDC invited us for a session with creative industry leaders in the city. Nobody had time to even discuss technical issues. It was all about the ecosystem and the gaps we have. So this is where we find ourselves. In terms of talent and talent pool, Nigeria has an amazing talent pool. In fact, when I started off, I left my own art to represent other artists for years because I was amazed by what I saw around me. And later I had to come back into my art. But what I'm saying is that talent is never enough. And we need to build on that talent. So I don't think there's any better time than this, that in spite of our challenges, we have become globally recognized. I was in Asia a few months ago. In the supermarkets, I was listening to Rema. In the UK, some months before that, as we were moving, I was going to the Tate, and on this side, O2 was fully booked for Nigerian artists, another stadium. In spite of these challenges, that vibrant, creative potential Nigeria has and Nigerian creatives have is still bubbling and is still, so it's up to us at this point, and the question was, what are the innovative approaches? There are many. But one critical thing is this, and this is benchmarking our industry against what happens in Europe and in the US. We have seen clearly that it has to be a mixed economy approach, meaning government, developmental sector, and the private sector have to work collectively with creatives and then come up with their own peculiar solutions based on their locations. I wouldn't want to go too much into all the little details we can do, from creative hubs to brand strategy to all the other things we could go into. But I just wanted to set the stage so that we can appreciate where we are first and then take it one by one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Ima. And I think the natural thing would be for me to go to His Excellency. But you said something that actually, maybe more than 15 years ago, was the topic we used for our very first creative program at the Enterprise Women's Center, Pan Atlantic University. And I think that was where I met Audu first time when he was on that program. Audu, that talent is not enough. So the question is coming to you, Audu. How can people like you or other entertainment lawyers collaborate with policymakers to influence and shape regulations that can promote a thriving creative economy that will also help to address all the various challenges that we've talked about?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I remember that program was an amazing program, and kudos to you guys. I think really the problem that the creative sector has had is that there's not been enough of a lobby. Lobbying is everything, and I think that we run away from the politics of talking to our representatives and talking to the the policymakers and even our leaders. I dare say that probably one of the reasons why we now have a Ministry for a Creative Economy has been the agitation, but also the fact that our creative economy has actually blown globally. And just, I mean, actually attested by the gentleman that spoke just a few minutes ago, there's nowhere in the world you go to that you're not listening, experiencing, tasting our culture. So it was obvious. But I think the greatest gap has been even in how these things are enforced and how they're approached. I think that there's always been a very lackadaisical, laid-back view of what this pretends. But the truth is that everywhere in the world, the economies are shrinking. African countries have the greatest opportunity for economic growth, even in the midst of all the economic heat that's happening. But the problem really is that we need to understand that the young people, which are, the average is 19 years old, they need to be engaged. The creative sector gives them the opportunity to earn a living while doing something that they may consider even fun. Gone are the days that you have to be a lawyer or an accountant to please your parents. Now your parents just want you to be able to be creative, make money doing it, and be able to be a blessing to the community. But without the right policy and without the right conversation. So I think it's about expertise. I think it's about better training for people. I think that the judicial system needs better specialized courts that deal with intellectual property. I'm not sure if this is in the new Copyright Act of Nigeria, for example, but you see the copyright courts must be effective. They must have trained personnel that understand the copyright issues. And they must also be able to resolve the issues quickly. Or else you can end up being in court for 15 years over a matter. So by the time that you get the judgment, it's academic already. We need to watch, there's an influx of big international companies coming into the continent, and they're setting up shop and going to partnerships. We need to make sure that there's a level of regulation to ensure that there's not a second recolonization of our intellectual property. And this time is worse than the physical one, because with intellectual property, it lasts forever. One thing about the average copyright tenure, it is about 75 years after the death, 50 to 75 years after the death of the creator of a song, for example. So it will be sad to find out that in 50 years' time, all these great songs we're talking about, they're not owned by Nigerians, they're owned outside. And then lastly, I think that there's a conversation around us being deliberate about goals and targets for the sector itself. And I think that it must be more cross-cutting beyond just the popular ones. We also talk about music and film and fashion, visual arts, but there are many other things. There's also architecture. There's creativity in different things. I talked about pharmaceuticals, I talked about textile, I talked about software. Many companies will not invest in a space where there is no protection and there's no proper policy that guides people coming in, getting their money out of the country as well. So I think there's quite a lot, but the first step is really engage directly with legislators. There's a ministry now, and there are different agencies set up to coordinate with that. It's our job to interact with them, engage with them, and keep pushing until we get things done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Audu. His Excellency Traore, the next question is for you. So given the unique nature of the creative economy, can you share with us some of the trade facilitation measures and policies that your country has embarked on?
As I think I mentioned already, Côte d'Ivoire creative economy is yet to be developed, consolidated at the national level. Our, even though we export a lot, we cannot say that right now in the creative economy we export a lot. We are concentrating on how to consolidate the competitiveness, the national economy when it's come to digital economy, when it's come to services to farmers, to agriculture, when it's come to funding, and so and so. So that's why I just talk about our program, our youth program, to before 2025 have a number of consistent actors, national actors in this area. We, for instance, when you take the industry economy, the cultural industry, we have a lot to learn from Nigeria when it comes to movie or to music, and we are trying to develop a partnership between Côte d'Ivoire government and Nigeria government, and also between actors. We have had a number of meetings on that, and this year you are supposed to have a joint national commission between the two countries, and this partnership in the creative, the cultural industry will be one of the important points on that. So we, in the general framework of facilitation cross-border trade, we have been in the framework of AGOA. You are aware of joint border post, you are aware of corridor Abidjan-Lagos, you are aware of some of those things that will benefit also to the creative industry. And one of the ways that can be an engine for us for the creative economy in the region is that we have something very important, is a free movement of people. And when you can easily move from one country to another country, we think that we will use that to develop a training, movement of talents, movement of youth between the country, and have a regional, or let's say an African continental very economy at the creative economy. That's what I can say. Côte d'Ivoire is far low for now in this area. We have many initiatives being on, and I'm happy to hear about Mr. Audu is in the chocolate. You know, Côte d'Ivoire is a leading country on cocoa production, and we have many people now, many artisans in the area of chocolate. You're developing many good things in this area. So we are now trying to accompany all those countries, and we will have to share these experiences with other countries.
Amazing. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to move very quickly to you again. And this question is around risk, because for a lot of people in the banking sector, financial institutions, they believe that transacting with creatives is a very risky business. So I think my question would be, for you to have the fund that you have a 9% Women and Youth Export Facility, and the way you spoke, it appears that there's some things that Nexim is currently doing to help mitigate some of the risks that they could face when providing financial and export support services to creative businesses. So would you like to share some of that?
Yes, I will, but I also need to mention that I'm also a product of EDC. So 9 years ago, yes, 9 years ago, I went through the EDC program. Like you said, you know, World Bank defined risks as the possibility of loss. And the creative industry is really it's a risky venture right now because most of the operations have not been formalized. I'll give you a quick example. Why I like discussing, I try to make references so it's easy for the viewers as well as the listeners to assimilate and understand. We've had various Nigerian creatives shut down the O2 arenas and very big arenas across the world. We've also had them top Spotify and the app stores and all of that with their songs and their creativity. But it will amaze you that 99% of the proceeds do not get to Nigeria. And so this is a big problem. What we're doing at Nexim as the Trade Facilitation Bank of the government is to talk and work with other policy formers and policy shapers like the CBN and the other financial institutions to see how we can capture the services, export of services into our own position as a country. It requires patriotism from the players in the creative sector. A lot of patriotism. I'll tell you why. If a Netflix needs to buy a movie, the Nigerian Act will either want to open an account in the US or the UK to receive that proceeds instead of getting to Nigeria. A whole lot of the players in the creative sectors do not have export proceed accounts, but they have domiciliary accounts. And so whatever they do, because we're a wholesale bank with a defined mandate, export, we can actually not fund you because all your transactions have been informal as far as we are concerned. What formalizes your export is the receipt of your export proceeds. And so if that is not captured in the country as a proceed, but as an inflow, we cannot do anything more than getting you to formalize it. And so that's why we're working with the central bank. And as a bank also, we're also trying to work with the private sector to see how we could have an e-commerce digital platform, which is, I will just share it with you, Ninja Baba. It's almost like a replica of Alibaba, but it's more to capture the creative sector, where the beautiful attire I'm wearing right now can be sold to anywhere in the world without that small business raising an NXP. But it's captured in a pool of funds that comes into the country as proceeds. So with all of these activities, I'm sure we'll be able to mitigate the risks and fund transactions based on the business itself, based on the receivables, which must be registered as export proceeds. I'll give you another example. The UK in 2023 recorded over 117 billion pounds from the export of services alone. Imagine if that money comes into our country. It will create a whole lot of ecosystem that will drive unemployment, poverty, and also help us stabilize the dollar that we're all shouting and screaming about. How do we reduce the volatility of the dollars? For the creative industries to start ensuring that their proceeds come back to the country, their proceeds are captured, you know, as inflows into our economy, we will not be able to deal with some of these issues, the risks. So we have a lot of risks, you know. We have numerous risks in the space. Piracy is also a big issue. We need to see how we can manage that. We also need to look at, for us, especially when we're doing our financials, we want to look at the diversion risks. How are we sure that the funds won't be diverted? The sector also is full with a whole lot of issues as regards, you know, having the right property protection around the transactions. Then the space right now, he was talking about chocolate. I'm sure we're talking about chocolate and a chocolate company with the name chocolate. So I think it's two different things. But I'll give you a good example. How many young Nigerians want to eat chocolates today? Very few. But every Nigerian wants to go on the internet to browse. How many IP are recorded as Nigerian owned? How many IP addresses do we have that are functional? How many Nigerians want to use a .ng? These are factors that we need to look around. And for us to grow the sector first, I believe we love the music, we enjoy the music, we enjoy the acts, we enjoy the culture, but we have to be patriotic to, you know, support the sector by not also buying, because they spoke about government, the players and all of that. The people also, you don't buy a pirated movie or a pirated song and think a sector will grow. It won't. So these are issues that we as Nigerians, we as, you know, financiers and, you know, members or stakeholders of the sector need to take into consideration. We need to be patriotic. We need to ensure that the sector, you know, lives up to its expectation. And as a bank, we're there to fund you. But these issues I've mentioned, if we can't take it along with you, we can't create mitigants that we know are just in paper and pen and paper. The mitigants have to be one we know can actually mitigate the risk that is identified. And so it requires all our efforts.
Thank you very much.
Could I say something, please?
Yes.
I want to respond. Because I just don't want us to talk just for talking's sake. Let's be real. I've been in this business for 20 years, right? A company from America 5 years ago looked at my business online and invested in that company. They didn't look at there was no bank guarantee, there was no collateral, they only looked at the digital footprint and the potential. For the Nexims to be competitive, you can't keep saying that the risk. With all due respect, I do not agree with that. I think that a lot of work has been done, and if foreign companies can come out without having ever been in Nigeria before, the first time this company came to Nigeria was when they came to have a meeting with us in 2019 or 2018. They had never been there before, but from just looking at our track record and things we've done, they already knew that was viable. There's a company called wakanow.com. I know the owner very well. When he got invested, somebody looked at it from America, sent him $500,000 and invested in it. I think that it's not about patriotism. I think it's really about the quality of the product and the incentive to patronize the product. People are not playing Nigerian music or African music today because it's African. They're playing it because it sounds good. People are not wearing adire and buba and tie for fun. I was in Barbados a few days ago and I wore a kaftan. Everywhere I went to, people stopped me and asked me where could they get this thing. It wasn't because they knew where I was from. It just looked good. So the question really is that for patronage for the creative industry to move forward, there needs to be beyond, it's not about patriotism, it's about incentive. Why would WizKid, who's earning $500,000, for example, for a show, I hope the tax people aren't hearing this, but whatever that range is, right? Why would he remit the money to Nigeria when, one, there's no assurance that the money can come out tomorrow if he wanted? Two, there's no real incentive to bring that money back in Nigeria. And I think that is the job that institutions such as yourselves have to do, which is how do you make it really attractive to put your money back in Nigeria? Is there a tax incentive, for example, if you go to places like Atlanta or in the UK you're talking about, you can get 20-30% tax rebate on production of an album. You can get 40% tax rebate for shooting a film in a certain location. In Nigeria, we do not have those tax incentives. The closest thing we have to a tax incentive is some kind of tax holiday or a tax-free zone, which isn't the same thing it works in the creative sector. So what we need is more experts to understand the sector properly. Many people know the surface, they do not know deep enough to understand that what makes America the biggest film market, or London, or Marrakesh in Morocco, is not because of patriotism, and it's not because people just like the place. It's because there's an incentive, financial and otherwise, an ecosystem that's been built that protects these people, that allows them to come and do business in a very, very calm and profitable manner. So please, we have to change that. And lastly, for Nexim Bank and many of these other institutions, Bank of Industry, and etc., it's important to understand the world has shifted from that model. The model must change. We cannot keep having these conversations. 15, 20 years later, the world is recognizing our creativity, and we're still talking about the bottlenecks. It is your job to create and remove those bottlenecks. Otherwise, this sector has grown without you and will continue to grow without you. And that is why the financial sector, the banks outside, are making money from us, because we have no capacity to encourage local production. So, sorry, I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you for shaking the table. That's actually what this is all about. I don't think that, Business Day set this up to be the regular talk shop. So talk shops where people come and talk and they go and they forget what happened. So what I'm going to do, which is not part of the agenda, I'm going to challenge you. We're supposed to be seeing in a couple of weeks' time. Between you, Stella, and Imal, you're all my alums, so I think I can do that. I'd like us to actually sit down and have a meeting, okay? And discuss this further. And it's not just a discussion. So I'm putting you on the spot because you're being recorded. That you open up and we will brainstorm and find out how we can stop talking about the same issues. The first time I met him it's almost 16 years. We talked about those issues in class when we were doing the British Council program. The same thing for you. We're still talking about the same thing. We didn't have a ministry then. We now have a ministry. I had a meeting with the minister yesterday, and from what she's saying, they really, really want to see how the creative sector can create a minimum of 2 million jobs in the next 4 to 5 years. And that cannot happen if we're all working in silos. So the financial institutions can't stay on one side, the legal people on the other side. We have to sit down and talk and find a way out of this. I know that time is fast spent, and apologies, but time was already spent before we started. I would love to open the floor so that in case there's question, and yes, one of my alums has put her hand up again for a question. So we'll take only 2 questions, unfortunately. Bosu and, no, okay. So, no, because I'm hoping that you'll rock the table as well. So, 1, 2, 3. So starting with the lady, the only lady that had her hand up. No, because you're the same side. So 1, 2, 3. So it goes around.
Thank
so
you.
We'll please, straight to the point, question. Apply the principle of brevity.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Bosun Sholari. Thank you for putting this together, and thank you to the panel. The guy that just spoke last, Nigeria should learn to invest in their people before you ask for what they have in their hands. Thank you.
Oops. Okay. Thank you very much. So let him.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bosun, for making it short. I just asked for her name. My name is Femi Boyede. Now, on the creative economy, if you fly to Europe and North America, the international airlines, they now have, what do we call it, movies online. I see Nigerians are overexcited. I see that our artists celebrate the millions that come in to the detriment of the billions that are actually seeping through their hands. I see Nigeria as a country celebrating the, what do you call it, the foray into the entertainment market, like Bosun said, in a sector that the government has not invested in. These guys are making it in that sector in defiance of the absence of any government structure or incentive for them to make it. Now, the observation.
So you have to be very.
Yes.
2 seconds.
Observation. Is there likely to be, and maybe Stella will respond to this or put it in her action plan. Is there a way to ensure, number one, that out of the, when you look at it, world movies, out of the 410, it's not just one Nollywood that is on that library in Air France or in Delta or BA. Number two, that the Nigerian artists and producers are actually earning their due royalty on these movies, beyond celebrating that 1 billion naira trickled in yesterday. That was just an emergent, not a designed strategy.
Thank you very much. Dr. Agbakoba in front.
Well, I just want to say we don't have any banks in Nigeria. We don't have any banks. That's the problem. We don't have any banks. So in my practice here, I have to pay all the way for 5 years as a lawyer. In the UK, in my practice, banks specialize in what is called invoice financing. So I show my invoice over the last 3 years, and they give me credit. So I don't know what bank you work for.
Nexim.
I don't know what bank you work
Nexim.
for. But a lot of banks make so much profit when we're suffering. And without injecting financing, you can't grow. So Audu is very correct. I would, if I was Nigerian president, dismantle the entire financial system. I would do what FDR did. I would create the Glass-Steagall Act so that banks will be banks. Because banks are not banks, they are traders. That's the problem. I will dismantle the Central Bank of Nigeria. I will create the Prudential Regulation Authority, like we have in the UK, because the Director of Banking Supervision in Abuja cannot supervise banks, so they misbehave. So what they did in the UK was to create the Prudential Regulation Authority. So they microscope banks. Without blood, oxygen, you can't grow. No one can grow by himself without support. And our banks have failed us. That is Audu's point, and I support him.
Thank you. I knew you would shake that table.
No,
you literally just threw it, but that is what you have said is true. And I'm saying that.
Okay, wait. How many people here have ever got a loan? Put your hand up. How many of you have ever got a loan? How can a man of 45 years at the bar have never got a loan, but I get easily in the UK? There's something wrong.
Absolutely.
There's something wrong.
Absolutely. They're not able to give him the kind of loan he's looking for, probably. So we'll take the last comment from the gentleman there, right? Yes.
Okay, so my name is Ogaji Olarawaju. I've been a tech guy for like 7 years now, and I will tell you that the only reason why I've not blown is because the country has never helped me. And we've been doing programmatics for 7 years. That's AI, which they call AI now. When I was in AI, we could have beaten out Facebook easily. But programmatic is so expensive. Today, it's now mainstream, thank God. It's not as expensive as it used to be. But she said something about a specific tax,
facility.
Yeah, a specific payment that you do when you export. We are creatives, we are tech guys. Almost all of us, we work from home. We earn in dollar. I have never heard of this thing in my life. Like, no, see, that's not our fault. That's the fault of the bank, because I feel like the issue is that they don't even understand the market itself. They don't understand the market, they don't understand the people, they don't understand how everything around there function. But it's still our job to always bring those solutions. And I texted Audu like 5 minutes after he, gave this thingy. There's something I've been building called Talent HQ. The idea is that there's so many talents in Africa, and there's very little talent, people that can manage talent properly. AI can do all of this. I am very sure of it, not because I know it. I've been there 7 years. AI can solve literally all of the problems that we've spoken about today. This problem is something we will solve. Probably by 2025, you will see Talent HQ doing the job of an actual bank, giving talents the ability to monetize. It's not about I can train you. I don't care about training. There's a lot of training out there. We will download all of those trainings and we will help people monetize using artificial intelligence at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure that if I left this, we'll be talking for another 30 minutes. But unfortunately, we don't have time. I know we have responses to some of the comments. I only allow you to respond 30 seconds, and I'm grabbing the mic from you. Only because you're the one that they've been harassing.
I'm actually not a bank owner. I'm the executive director of NEXIM, Nigerian Exports Import Bank. I share in all your presentations. I share in your submissions, sir. And while he was talking and while I was, making my point, I took note of the fact that I'm talking now as a Nigerian that is patriotic about the country. I took note of the fact that the regulators have a lot to do to ensure that, Nigerians can have access to through banking. It's the facts. There's nothing to hide about. But the Nexim Bank has incentives to address some of these issues. And one of it is the single-digit lending that we do at 9%. We are the only bank that would actually lend you at a single-digit 9%. That is available. Secondly, there's the Export Expansion Grant, which is another incentive of federal government being managed by a sister agency, NEPC. With the NEPC, with the EEG, you can actually get some rebates from your export. How effective this is, I can't speak on that because that's not my turf. But I can tell you that I've heard you clearly. I will definitely take up these recommendations to the highest authority because we need to make sure that we safeguard the players in the creative industry and ensure that the sector works its talk. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. So I'm just going to allow Ima and His Excellency online last words.
Very much. Okay, so I think what needs to be said has been said, and we appreciate what you've said too, ma'am. You're just one individual. But it's like this, we are here, and we are moving at this pace, and they are there, they are moving like that. It's a global marketplace. Like I would have said, if you don't incentivize it, people will find ways around the system. Because like my brother said, they are paying, they are ready to pay. The money is there. It's the same thing happened in football, in sports. They took our players, and they're all over the world. So the pace of movement has to increase. They have to be more decisive, they have to be fast, they have to be more integrated in their approach. Otherwise, we'll be looking like this. I'll be looking at them. I'm one of them. I represent them. And this is actually what's happening. The market I have is much bigger. It's much, much bigger. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, final words, please. Is he still there? His Excellency, are you still online? Okay, it appears he is no.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
Final words, please.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for all those discussions. We learn a lot. What I can say that we as government bodies, we have a lot to do. We have talents, and we have to give all those talents opportunities by coaching, training, funding, put in place a good environment, ecosystem, and also regulating. I think this debate was very rich, and we take note of all those experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. You actually have touched on my wrap-up. So, listening to everything, one thing is very clear. This is not a conversation that should stop now. This is not a conversation that would unlock anything if we don't collaborate to do more. And just to wrap up what we've heard from the panelists. So as a lecturer, I learn more with acronyms. So I put an acronym to it, and it's CLAPRI. So CLAPRI. So the first thing there is capacity building or business knowledge. And for as long as the creatives do not deepen their competencies, specifically around business and how to transform their talent to something other than talent that is sustainable, they're going to just keep running around in circles. The second thing there are the legal frameworks that we require. Okay, so that's the L. That's something that we need to look at. The A is for access to markets, and the P stands for two things. The first thing is the protection of the IP, and the second thing is political will. Political will, political will, political will. So not just talk, but a lot of action. The R is the regulatory issues that goes hand in hand with the legal. The regulators have to step up and stop slacking. And lastly, the I there is for investments and incentives. You can't expect to keep taking when you're not giving. So thank you very much, my panelists, and thank you very much for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you very much for that beautiful, beautiful panel. The conversations have been very rich and impactful, and I'm sure that today will go down in history as the day that trade in Africa was rebirthed. So on a lighter note, I know everyone might be a little bit tired, but I'd like for you to look to the person just close to you and just tell them one thing you love about being an African or Africa itself. What do you love about Africa? What do you like about being African? Wow, there's a lot to love about being African. You know, when I was sitting downstairs, I was speaking with my co-host, and Honorable Stella did mention something where she said that how many people here would like to eat a chocolate? And then we were thinking, we were deliberating and saying to ourselves that, is that really true? So I'd like to see with a show of hands, are there people here who really like to eat a chocolate or do not like to eat a chocolate? Very good. Once again, a round of applause to yourselves for being an amazing audience. So I'd like to make welcome on stage right now our next panel. We just have 2 more panels and then we'll be done. Our next panel is on optimizing AGOA, that's Optimizing Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, a race against time and experience sharing. On this panel, I have Mr. Isaac Otolo, is the Advisory Partner, Transactions, PwC East Africa. I've also got Mr. Adewale Adeniyi, is the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service. I've also got Mr. James Mobolaji, is Treasury and Investment Manager and Korea Asset Management. Next on the panel is Mr. Albert Kasim Diwura, is the Deputy CEO, Ghana Export Promotion Authority. And to moderate this panel is Mr. Femi Boyede of Femi Boyede Consulting. A round of applause as they come up stage, please. Thank you. And this panel is 40 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies. Sorry, good afternoon, tired, probably hungry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I needed to pay the honor of acknowledging what the state of the body and the mind of everybody must be at this time. At least to respect your patience, respect, acknowledge, and appreciate really on behalf of the organizers. So don't feel intimidated by the long list of panelists. As you can see, we are just 2.5 now. Me being the half. We have 2 distinguished panelists, and we'll be joined online by one more who will be sharing his experience. So we plan to be done in 40 minutes. The session, again, I would, on behalf of my panelists, appreciate the organizers for bringing. You want us to do it in 10 minutes? No, if you say 5 minutes, say okay. After all, we can always supply the material online. So, on our behalf, I am saying a very big thank you to the organizers. The next panel, the one that will be rounding up today, obviously has a correlation with what we are going to be doing. And I'm using my prerogative as a moderator to actually challenge Nigeria first and then Africa. Nigeria, because the journey to AGOA started in March 2020, and we are in February 2024. AGOA ends in September 2025. And if we are talking about a race against time, what time are we racing against? The 23 previous years that we have wasted, or the 15 months thereabout that are left? It's important to ask this question right now, because another time has started 2 years ago, the AFCFTA. And are we going to be racing against this? Or are the same things that clipped our wings for the 23 plus years of AGOA, with Nigeria being credited only with the proceeds of oil sales to the US, when we actually have the capacity to export 6,700 other products under the Africa Trade and Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. So on this note, I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the theme here, a race against time, is actually to embark on a discussion that revolves around the Africa Trade and Opportunity Act. It was introduced as a transformative initiative designed to catalyze economic growth and foster trade between Nigeria and the United States, and then between the United States itself, Nigeria, and other eligible African countries. AGOA, a testament to international collaboration, embodies a time-sensitive opportunity that requires strategic and swift action. Some of these, please don't weep, because I find it an aberration that we are talking about the need for swift action in 2024 for something we should have acted upon since 2020. So the theme underscores the urgency, the importance of optimizing the benefits within the given time constraints. Again, a cliche. What time window are we constrained by? And therefore, I invite our distinguished panelists to impart their knowledge, their experiences, and strategic perspective, to contribute to a dynamic discussion that explores innovative solutions and collaborative approaches. Again, I am hopeful that a few of the points we'll be making here will actually dovetail or flow into the next session, so that if we have, during this session, wept cried over the spilled milk of our inability as a nation, as a Nigerian nation, now I'm speaking as a Nigerian, to actually harness the opportunities of AGOA. It might as well be a warning bell for us to prepare for the AFCFTA. And then now speaking as an African, that will allow us to be able to understand what specialized markets are, specialized windows of preferences, regimes, regulations that are being relaxed in order to allow us to trade globally. So the way I'm going to do it, since we have only 3 panelists, I think we'll take the first one, that is the experience sharing. Who is bringing him on? He is online, and I think that is Mr. Itolo. Is that Mr. Itolo?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
sir, as you can see, they said we should do it in 7.5 minutes. So, and everybody here is tired and hungry. I will encourage us to just go about it. Share your experience as succinctly as possible, sir. And if we have time, we'll take 1 or 2 comments to come back to you. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good afternoon. Speaking from Nairobi here. As I was introduced, I'm Isaac Otolom, a partner at PwC based out of Nairobi, but covering the East African region. But enough about me. I think the key topic here is around the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act and the experience of the continent, and in particular Kenya, with the Act. I think Kenya was one of the first countries to take advantage of the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act of the United States that essentially opened a window to allow for imports from Africa to come into the United States as through a preferential window. But with the exports first meeting certain conditions, in particular those were around rules of origin, and that would include factors such as a certain percentage of the raw materials into those goods having been sourced locally. I think it was about 35% at the time. It would also allow for a window where some of those inputs who did originate from the United States were processed in Africa and then followed through with the finished goods into the US. So I think if you look at AGOA across the continent, majority of the exports that have benefited have primarily been energy related. So whether those are crude oil or other energy components that are moved from Africa into the US. In places like East Africa that are not resource or mineral rich, that's been a bit less. So take the example of Kenya, for example. Kenya's main exports out of the AGOA window are from the apparel space, and a lot of those goods are processed and produced in Kenya and then shipped out into the US. A good chunk of these are actually processed in export processing zones where primarily foreign investors have been able to access those zones, set up camp and sheds, and benefit from contracts from the big apparel names out of the US, manufacture here and export to the US. 2 factors there. I think the EPZ environment did provide a window where certain incentives were in place to allow those parties to then come and set up and export from Kenya. But the other side of this is that while places like India were and still remain to be one of the largest exporters of apparel into the US, India was able to develop a domestic market for themselves over the years, and so there was a shift in the balance between what would be going out to the US and what would be consumed locally. And then with that, other markets such as Bangladesh and Vietnam developed. And as the interest in Africa came, then you've got places like Kenya and Ethiopia that are then scaling up on the apparel market, taking advantage of AGOA, and using that to then export into that market. What was hoped through pushing products such as apparel was that you would then develop various domestic markets, such as the growth of cotton. But what you've seen is the cotton industry hasn't really developed from its prime years in the 80s and before. And you still have a lot of raw material, such as textile, coming into the country to then be processed and be taken out. But I think the big advantage in something like apparel, for example, is the creation of jobs. If we look at AGOA for Kenya, for example, I think you're looking at about 25,000 direct jobs created to take advantage of the window, over 100,000 jobs that would then benefit indirectly. But outside apparel, you still then have the advantage of taking other traditional exports to the US. Kenya is a big tea growing country, I think the third largest in the world. Also coffee, that has also found a window to go out there, certain gemstones. But as I said, because East Africa generally is not that resource rich, then you would see that those are minuscule relative to what's happening. I think one key thing to point out, even though that window has opened, you will find that apparel that's exported out of Kenya, for example, is still contributing less than 1% of the apparel that is imported into the US. In fact, I think it's just about 0.5%. So clearly a lot more that can be done. But one other thing that the window has done is to shift the balance. So I think currently Kenya does export about $900 million worth of goods into the US. And on the converse, imports about $600 million. A lot of this has actually shifted in the last 5 years or so, but it does show the potential to do a lot more. The window, as you did mention, is closing in September of next year. Possibilities that perhaps may be negotiated to be extended. It's been extended a few times since the act was initially passed in the year 2000. But yes, I think in summary, biggest advantage out of it is the ability to create jobs, develop industry, but there's a lot more to be done. I think I've used up my 7 minutes, so I'll probably pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Itolo, for sharing the Kenya experience. Actually, we will send you an invoice from the AGOA hub in Ghana, because the 7 minutes was for the 3 of us. But thank you for making your contribution so valuable that we could forgive you. And if we have time, we'll come back with 1 or 2 comments. Can we please give him a round of applause if he can see and hear us? And still talking about the practice and the experiences, Ghana is one of the countries that has also been able to take advantage of AGOA over the years. And we have with us here today the Deputy Executive, Deputy Chief Executive of, I was going to say Executive Secretary, that's what you guys used to be, Albert Kasim Iwura of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. And we will, in view of the time constraint, appreciate to share with us, for example, what Ghana has done over the years, actually be listed on the index of countries that are effectively exporting to the United States of America using the AGOA framework.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon to us all. We know we are all tired. It will be very brief. But the Ghana's example, like we all know, and like the moderator rightly said in his introductory remarks, AGOA is an act that many countries are yet to scratch the surface. A lot of opportunities that could change our destinies, but we've just scratched the surface. The Ghana example is very interesting, even though we have a long way to go. Our Ghana Free Zones Authority is an institution that came through an act of parliament in 1995. And so by the year 2000, we made a deliberate efforts to take advantage of AGOA. And we have seen a lot of JVs, that is Ghanaian and US companies coming together, and so many US-owned, wholly owned companies also springing up at the free zone enclaves. And so coupled with the incentives that the free zone offers, this has really seen tremendous volumes and values and export earnings, especially in the area of apparels, manufacturing, agro-processing. And we must say that we've made a lot of strides in this area because we all know our predominant chocolate industry. And so we have companies like Cargill, Ghana Limited, that have taken real advantage of AGOA and are doing very well. Local companies like DTRT, who are into apparels, have also come into joint venture with some American companies, and they are also taking real advantage of AGOA. So we have a lot of companies under the Ghana Free Zone enclaves. First of all, taking advantage of AGOA, and second, also enjoying the incentive that the free zone has to offer. And so at the institutional level, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, where I happen to be the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, we've made it very intentional, very cautious to ensure that we also, as part of our mandate, among our core mandate, is to develop, market, and promote Ghanaian goods out there. And so the one core advantage for us is if you are developing markets and AGOA has come into being, then it makes it very low-hanging fruits for Ghana Export Promotion Authority to see how we can take advantage of AGOA to develop the US market. And so we're very deliberate and very intentional as a core mandate to see how we can take the advantage. Another core mandate for Ghana Export Promotion Authority is to provide current and reliable trade information to our exporters. And so we constantly update them on AGOA, still telling them they've extended the time, like our moderator said, how long are we even going to wait for the extension? And the last but not the least is the capacity building of our exporters. Ghana Export Promotion Authority, we have what we call an export school. This export school is a virtual one, even though the future plan is to have brick and mortar, where we will train exporters even from the sub-region. Of course, we host the Africa Continental Free Trade, the headquarters is in Ghana. So we intend to have a brick and mortar school to see how best we can educate our exporters to take advantage of AGOA and other opportunities out there. And so as part of our delivery at the export school, we make AGOA top priority, so telling people the product, the opportunities, how much we've made, and we speak with data, before and after the free zones coming into being, and all the companies that are, the JVs that we are enjoying. So we keep updating them by way of trade information. At the Expo School, we teach them how to take advantage of these opportunities. So this is brief, the Ghana example. Thank you very much.
I thank you so much, my brother. You have actually taken a lot of burden off us here, because some of the follow-on questions that I was going to put to you, you have touched on them. And in view of the time constraint, we will see if I can put on one particular activity mentioned there. But I am going to allow very quickly my third panelist, Mr. James Mobolaji. He is the Treasury and Investment Manager at Korea Asset Management, with over 6 years of experience in treasury management and fixed income trading to his role. If you want to read more about him, please go to www.ourbrochure.com. While I allow you, we agree that you are going to talk about the investment aspect of it. And just before you take the floor, in previous sessions, I believe that in subsequent sessions, you are going to hear a lot about financing, investment, funding framework. I think there's a Yoruba adage that says a poor man can have the brightest ideas, but when there is no money, then it just rests there. And then somebody else says money is the bicycle on which whatever, propaganda or sermon, that's what it's like. So please tell us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sitting on the existing protocols, I think that I would like to start by saying that AGOA, as we know, presents enormous opportunities for the economies and also specific markets that are eligible under the Act. I mean, since 2000. The other time you were talking about the fact that we are racing against time, and I think when Ms. LeBlanc was talking the other time, she was mentioning how that it's possible that there is reauthorization and improvement. And if that is possible, I think we will still have maybe an ample time again. And also, as you have spoken about the Africa free zone as well. So I think that as an investment manager and a key player in the capital market space, we at Korea Asset Management have already positioned ourselves to ensure that we are an investment manager of choice, whether given investment opportunities with the AGOA authorized products and firms that propagate this in order for them to come to the market and also float funds that could actually allow that they're able to access financing. And our go-to strategy is by first of all going to conduct a comprehensive research into the market, analyzing sectors that have benefited in the past. It's worth to mention that for Nigeria, as an example, one of the top utilizers of this opportunity, just the same way as Angola. A majority of the exports that were done to US is mainly in crude oil. And while we have a lot of commodities that Nigeria could come up with and that we can actually benefit. Our go-to strategy is to look at this specific market, understand volatilities in the markets and within the eligible countries, and also be able to also partner with a lot of our clients that need this kind of investments. Look at the fact that market size is there and the opportunity for growth even beyond the lifespan of AGOA. So, and given this, of course, what we aim to be is such that we are able to have extended partnership in and across Africa, such that we'll be able to generate proprietary deal flows for our clients and also give them attractive investment opportunities. I would like to also talk about, I think the other time we were talking about risk management. I think it's important that at this point, for this kind of opportunities, collaboration and partnership will be very key. First of all, trying to understand the operational nitty-gritties of the firms that are benefiting in the supply chain, and also be able to also put in place what we call it, a diversified portfolios, such that investment opportunities for willing investors and also financing, funding of these projects would be possible. I think that's very key, and that's where we stand as an investment firm and a key capital market player.
Okay, thank you very, very much. A round of applause for my two previous speakers. And while time will continue to fight against us, I would actually want to see if we can marry a lot of things together. I know that you kept harping on Ghana being deliberate and intentional, which is actually very key to development and growth in any sector that a government wants to push as a priority. I also see that you guys have an export school that is deliberate. I see Mrs. Okoyemi Abebe looking at me intently, because I know that she's aware of the efforts that a certain agency in Nigeria may or has been making to do things like that. But we have 1.5 years left of AGOA. You mentioned that perhaps it will be extended. I was privileged to be in the very first Presidential Steering Committee on AGOA by President Obasanjo in 2003, sorry. And we hoped that it will be extended. It was extended. We hoped it will be extended. It was extended. We hoped again and prayed it will be extended. It was extended. And now we have 1.5 months. I would like you to probably shock this audience if you have a rough idea of how much Ghana is actually recording from sales to the AGOA market right now. Do you have some statistics?
Not very specific, yeah. Okay. But like I said in my earlier presentation, because we've been very deliberate, we have a lot of JVs, and this has an upward increase year-on-year basis. And our intention, like you rightly said, we're very aware of the deadline, and we keep asking ourselves, are we going to get another extension to 2035? If not, what are we doing by the end of 2025? So there's a deliberate effort, and if it had been a PowerPoint presentation, you would have seen clearly the companies and how they are faring, those that are wholly American-owned that came in to invest, and those that are JVs with Ghanaians and how they are performing in terms of the revenues and the inflows. But for the purpose of this discussion,
okay. Thank you very much. Because also the normal is in time. Please, as briefly as possible. There is the possibility that there is a lot of money available chasing after credible, viable, and feasible projects. Does your outfit have a plan, or do you have a glut of that kind of money? That, where is she? There's a woman here, Bosun, who has all manner of herbal tea and waiting to scale up. Are you, do you have, don't worry, I'll pick it. Do you have a strategy that goes out to poach or identify and bring those people to be able to be supported to utilize the investment funds that you have? Yeah, that question is for you, but I'm very sure that my dear sister and Executive Director Stella also listened to that question, because I know that Nexim has developed several projects for MSMEs to support their export. So how do you get the potential beneficiaries, the people who need these kinds of money? How do you get them to know that you have it available?
Okay. So just like I have mentioned the other time, as a key player in the capital market space, we link the investor public, people that are looking for this kind of investments that we know that is very, very viable over a long period of time. And the way we identify this kind of projects and make advisory to our clients, and especially those ones willing to look at this kind of investments that they know there are off-takers or also a ready market to export these products. So definitely the idea is that we are able to do a comprehensive research on this and then reach out to those clients. In the other space, for retail clients that have funds that, because of the available liquidity that they could get once they are able to export them, so it also means that the return on investment may be very attractive. And looking at this, also there's a very big opportunity to float funds with the kind of regulatory framework that we currently have. And I believe that if AGOA still exists, and also with the African free trade, so we should be able to partner and also broker these collaboratory efforts so that this is very possible.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to, as much as possible, not close on a theoretical concept. So I am going to encourage a potential engagement. And I will bring that up by a simple illustration. AGOA has opened the door for 6,500 different products, the most prominent of which is textiles and garments. AGOA has made provision for the importation of the primary raw material, the textile. Third country procurement is allowed. Countries like Mauritius, like Kenya, like Ghana, they have a thriving fashion industry. So let's assume you guys look at school uniforms, or you look at something as simple as boxers and say this is what we want to export to the US through the AGOA market. Are you able to sit down with an agency like Nexim or the export desk of a commercial bank and get the Nigeria Export Promotion Council? By the way, is there a representative of NEPC here? There was? Oh, okay. So it would have been good if we have this kind of engagement, just like during the last session. There are so many talk shop. I think it would be good if these talk shows and shops and shows can actually end on a note of action really happening. Because I am aware there is women in export and trade and investment, export, trade and investment. There is a network of practicing exporters. They are this, they are that. And if you give them the microphone 10 times, 9 of the speakers will talk about funding. The other one will talk about where is the market. I believe that if hopefully AGOA gets extended, I think also not only interagency collaboration on the national level, even on the regional level through your TPO network should be encouraged so that together Africa can actually harness the big opportunity that the United States of America has extended over the last 25 years. And hopefully, because we are a praying nation, maybe they will extend it for another 25 years. On this note, I want to apologize to my brother in Nairobi, Mr. Itolo. I've been told that questions and comments will probably drag into the next session, which is long overdue. We will not be able to entertain any. Please forgive us, and you can continue the discussion online because I believe that this is being streamed, and there is a platform where you can always send in your comments. Again, on behalf of my panelists, I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers. And
thank you very much.
For you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, SARS, for that amazing, amazing session. The conversation doesn't end here. Please take it online. Please continue these conversations. And now we'll be going to our final session, because everything that has a start must have an ending. Our final session is on optimizing AFTA, a bold vision for African trade. And on this session, on this panel, we've got Mr. Andrew Mould, is the Chief Regional Integration Officer, UNECA East Africa Regional Office. We also have Mr. Segun Awolowo, AFTA Secretariat, Nigeria. We also have Mr. Oreoluwa Boboye, is the CEO of Jobaman. We also have on this panel Mr. Tonye Kurukrubo, is SAN Partner Aluko and Oyebode. Moderating this panel is Mr. Zayed Amui, is the President, Borderless Alliance, Ghana. We also have on this panel Mrs. Okpeyemi Abebe. She's the Head, Trade and Competitiveness, the Commonwealth Secretariat. A round of applause for them as they take this final panel session. Thank you.
Anywhere at all, all of them are chairs. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity. I'm very aware of the time sensitivity, and I know that some of you have to make haste to dash to the airport. First of all, let me thank the organizers for the opportunity and the privilege to moderate this session. My name is Ziad Hamwi, and today I am joined by the speakers, panelists, which are a stellar lineup actually. We are going to talk about optimizing AFCFTA. And by optimizing, I'd like to be clearer because I'm a layman, so I like to do simple terms. I personally define optimizing AFCFTA as increasing trade production under AFCFTA. And so the bold vision is actually about how to move with the implementation of the AFCFTA and increase intra-African trade. And so I would like to start, first of all, with my brother from Nigeria, from the AFTA Secretariat Office, Mr. Olusegun Olotayo. And I wanted to ask you about the national implementation strategy on the ground, not just the theoretical aspect, because we have been talking about the theoretical aspect since morning time. We want to go deep on the ground and find out where are we when we look at the AFCFTA as a free trade agreement, and where Nigeria stands with its own regulators and economic operators. What can you tell us about it, and how to mobilize private sector participation in this agreement?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me put it on clear record. I am not Olusegun Awolowo. Mr. Olusegun Awolowo is my principal, a great man. But interestingly, I am also Olusegun Olutayo. So it's an honor to represent him on this occasion. Straight to the point. First, optimizing. I think looking at it from the micro level of the production, we might be missing it. Let me first of all clear that. Now, AFCFTA has what we call 8 protocols. 6 has been adopted, 2 is about to be adopted in Addis by next month. So what does that translate to at the national level? So we said, under the leadership of my principal, we cannot be looking at it from the angle of the trading goods. I love the intervention of my Egbon that is sitting in front of me. The only way to address the issue of AFCFTA is to look at the holistic of all these protocols. And so we come up with a strategy that we call AFCFTA protocol thinking. So that is within the entire gamut of this protocol, there are so much opportunities. So we are working in the context of that strategy. Secondly, now if I'm coming down specifically to the trade in goods protocol, at the national level, we are bringing on board a strategy that we call soft trade. Soft trade strategy. What does that mean? There is no literature you are going to lay your hands on today. It's less than 20% of intra-African trade. We have been hearing this story for how many years? So for us at the national level, how do we prosper our people? How do we ensure implementation of AFCFTA actually prosper people, put food on the table, change the life of the people? We are launching this soft trade. How does that mean? It is actually plugging into the regional value chain. There is what you have in your country, Nigeria, our country, Nigeria. There is somebody that is in need of it in other state parties. Why are you looking at the third party that brings into your country for the past 7 years? But you don't know that that same raw material within the value chain of that product is actually available at your next door. So Nigeria is launching that strategy to say, Mr. Kenya, you don't need to go to that third party. It's here. And then we do that linkage. And then you see prosperity being created, job being created, and vis-a-vis a lot within that context of strategy. Time is not, like you said, is not with us. But again, let me also add this. Another thing that we are also deploying at the level of national strategy is, of course, constant engagement with the private sector. Good news, as of 2 days ago, I was on a 3 hours dialogue with the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. It was a virtual representing my principal. It was very engaging. And we downloaded that this is how you can benefit. The legal text of the agreement, some of us can begin to quote it, but that's not the issue. How do you ensure life of the people get transformed? It was empaneled, it was downloaded to the Manufacturer Association. And one of the things that even at the regional level that they have launched is what we call Guided Trade Initiative. So the Guided Trade Initiative, good news to this audience. After the Ramadan, Nigeria will be effectively trading under the AFCFTA through the Guided Trade Initiative. I'm sure Business Day will be on ground. Fantastic. I thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Mr. Olutayo, I know your time is of an essence, but I want to exhaust all of the opportunity to dig deeper into your conversations. But feel free to cut it as short as you wanted before you exit to the airport. But I want to drill in really on the RVCs because that is an important initiative, and that is really, in my opinion, the way to go. Because Africa cannot continue to have disruptions in the global value chains affect its manufacturing, its productivity, and trade. Now, I like that you have started the discussion about the domestication of the AFCFTA protocols, which very few countries have actually started to talk openly about it and engage their private sector. Because you have laws in place, you have instruments, and now you have to see how it aligns with AFCFTA, nationally and then regionally, and then getting to the national. So I am very curious to know how was the reaction of MAN? Because we know that MAN and their subsection, MANEG, they have diverging views about how to open or to close the borders depending on the flows of the trades. If I can say that, because we are in the advocacy space as Borderless Alliance.
I get you.
So if you can clarify how on board are they in this one?
Very simple. So we always like to deploy what I call strategy within strategy. So while you have the high, then within it, we ask ourselves, what for that strategy? So the strategy we deploy to MAN is what we call consultation. So we don't take a step without first of all engaging MAN and say, Mr. MAN, this is what the protocol says. This is what the Secretariat in Ghana is saying. This is what we have a grand understanding of the market. What are you saying? you have your own opinion. So once your opinion comes in, giving you that respect, then we meet at a point, a compromise point. I give you a very example very quickly. During that virtual meeting, a question was asked. And then I threw it back that at a particular time, at a particular date, I'm very good with data, this happened. Somebody with this name engaged us. This was the response. This was the conclusion. And that clarifies that misconception. Essentially, we deploy consultation strategy every single time. And not only the entire organized private sector of Nigeria, they are on board with the coordination of AFCFTA at the national level. Nasima, Nansmi, and NECA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very insightful. I want to move from the national level. I would have liked to have representation from the REC, but in the absence of the REC, I would like to move higher to the continental level, and I'm moving over to you, Andrew. And I would like to find out how, from where you sit in East Africa, because you're the Chief Regional Integration Officer in the East Africa Regional Office, and how do you see the integration process progressing with regard to the AFCFTA? And what do you think can be done to increase the volumes that are being traded under AFCFTA or currently not being traded, so to say?
Yes, thank you, Ziad. It's a very important question. There's clearly a lot of enthusiasm in East Africa for the AFCFTA at a political level. Our office receives endless requests for support in terms of technical trainings, private sector sensitization. I was in Somalia, Mogadishu, a month and a half ago, where they had their national AFCFTA strategy validated. So there's enthusiasm at that level. And the guided trade initiative that you were mentioning, 3 of the 8 countries in the initial round of the guided trade initiative were Eastern African countries. Now, that experience was mixed to some extent. Some of the exporters actually experienced quite a lot of difficulties in being able to trade under AFCFTA rules. But I think the important thing we need to remember is that this is not really an export agreement, it's an import agreement. And it requires member states to respect the schedules in terms of tariff reductions. And that currently we're not seeing either in East Africa or the continental level. So in principle, the AFCFTA went into operation on the 1st of January 2021, and we are now in the 4th year of the tariff reduction schedules. That should imply for the non-LDC economies a 60% reduction already in the intra-African tariffs. And we're not seeing those being applied by customs officials. And I think this year that's going to be really very much the focus of attention. Because without those tariff reductions, it isn't very helpful to speak to exporters to get their hopes up about new market opportunities when in reality there is no preferential market access under the AFCFTA. So I think that needs to now be the focus of all our attention. Are our countries respecting the tariff reduction schedules? And just to make that point clear, when you consider it, for every increase of intra-African exports under the AFCFTA, there will be $1 of intra-African imports. And I think countries like Nigeria have a particularly important role to play here. When you see regional integration processes in the rest of the world that have been successful, generally speaking, the larger economies have been the leaders of that process. So if you look at Germany, for example, in the European Union, very much the driver of European integration. We need on the African continent, the largest economies on the continent, to be more open to intra-African imports. Kenya in our region would be the driver, quite clearly, and has a small positive balance with the rest of the region. But the 3 largest economies on the continent, South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria, all have large positive balances with the rest of the continent. So here's a plea, really, to be more open to imports, to make this agreement to really work and to provide those opportunities for the private sector.
Thank you, Andrew. I would like to drill deeper on something because, look, you mentioned sensitization requests by governments, but sensitization will not enhance the implementation of the AFCFTA because the ones implementing on the ground would be the economic operators and the traders. And so do you think that one of the reasons why the intra-African trade volumes under the AFCFTA is low is because the private sector operators themselves are unaware of the preferences, or is it because the actual advantages of the AFCFTA have not been deployed yet? Because you said that the tariff reduction schedule is not being followed by states. But eventually those who trade are the private sector. So where's the missing link here? There's a missing link somewhere.
Yes, actually, I mean, I mentioned we get lots of requests for these sensitization workshops. We do them, but you do sometimes feel it's a bit of an uphill struggle because, of course, private sectors are very large and we may be doing sessions for maybe 30 or 40 people in the room, but actually you need a general awareness that these benefits exist, because in future you're going to need the private sector to actually mobilize and really militate in favor of the rights and entitlements under the AFCFTA and start asking member states, why are my exports not being given this preferential treatment under the AFCFTA as per the agreement? So I think a very important step forward will be the litigation processes to make sure that member states respect the schedules. And that's why awareness is generally important, amongst the customs officials as well, clearly. And there have been quite a lot of efforts to start training customs officials in Eastern Africa, at least, about the AFCFTA rules. Anybody that wants to export under AFCFTA rules need to comply with the AFCFTA rules of origin, for example, and the right procedures. This was one of the things that was highlighted in the Guided Trade Initiative. There was a general lack of awareness of what documentation was required to benefit from the agreement. So yes, there is a need for sensitization. Ultimately, it needs to be the citizens which are the beneficiaries of this agreement, not just purely exporters. This is supposed to be the consumers on the one hand, and also that's why we also talk a lot about the free movement protocol being very much at the heart of the AFCFTA, because we believe that for effective cross-border trade and investment, you need cross-border movement of people. And at the moment, we see steps going in the opposite direction in some parts of the continent to that effect. And I believe very strongly that for young people, that would be one of the most enormous benefits. To be able to go and study or work in other African member states in equality of conditions would be a wonderful gift for young people across Africa.
Yes, I agree that the AFCFTA will synergize with the other agreements, with the protocols for free movement and things like that. So that's quite insightful. I would like to move to Openyemi. She's the head of trade competitiveness at the Commonwealth Secretariat. And I want to find out, I'm curious about if you can give us hints about how the Commonwealth Secretariat actually is helping either build capacities for AFCFTA or sensitize governments or economic operators or the people about what this agreement is. What are really the interests here? What's at stake from your perspective?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for having me. If you'd seen the program, I thought I was going to start from there. You would have seen I was somewhat put in the AGOA panel, and then I got moved to the AFCFTA panel, and I thought it made sense for me to say something first about AGOA, just because I have the mic now. I think that policymakers and everyone who's spoken need to think about what the benefit of AGOA is, and whether or not it's, so we can say we want it to be implemented or to be extended. But the question is, if you look at the data and the statistics, just 34% of exports from AGOA, African exports, qualify for AGOA. In 2022, the exports that were AGOA qualified from Africa was just 34%. That meant that the rest of the exports from Africa to the US were not AGOA related. And then recently, Kenya is signing or negotiating a trade agreement, a bilateral with the US outside of AGOA. So, I mean, it's something that I think our policymakers need to think about. Is there something that Kenya is saying that perhaps you're not looking at? And I can speak on AGOA because, frankly, I have worked on AGOA. The very first few years of my career was as the AGOA implementing officer for Nigeria in NEPC and drafted the strategy and all of that. But I think it's something they really need to pay attention to because there is a lot more. With the expiration of the multi-fiber agreement, for those of you who know WTO rules, the benefits that we're seeing in AGOA with apparel is not quite as much as it should be. So it needs a rethinking. Okay, enough about AGOA. And I apologize, but it was just because I was put on the panel, and so I thought I would just chip that in. On the AFCFTA, my fear is that if we do not do something drastic, we might find that we are replicating the same situation that we have currently with the ECOWAS ETLS, for example. The ECOWAS ETLS allows us to trade duty-free among ECOWAS countries within this region, but there is a lot of bottlenecks. That protocol is not being implemented, like you alluded to. There's still a lot of non-tariff barriers that's impeding that regional trade. I think that for the AFCFTA to be successful, we first of all need to unpack some of the challenges that we have within the regional blocks. If we can sort out the challenges in the RECs, in East Africa, in SACU, in ECOWAS, and we start to see that movement of goods and persons, which we already have among the RECs, go as freely as it is supposed to be, we will start to create it's like a learning process. We then learn how to, if we can do it with Ghana, then perhaps we can do it with Kenya successfully. But if we're keeping those trade barriers between Nigeria and Ghana, and we think we're going to open up to Kenya in one shape or form under the AFCFTA, it might be problematic. And so it's seen the AFCFTA, like you said, not just as an export instrument, but also to understand that we will have to open our market for imports. And it should lead to the formalization of a lot of the informal trade that we see. The amount of goods, manufactured goods, leather shoes that go from, I know for a fact, because I've done this for a bit, from Aba, for example, to a lot of the African countries that is not captured whatsoever is humongous. Loads of shoes, slippers, made in that region, sold in Central Africa, sold in Niger, sold to Togo and Benin, yet no capturing for it. These are some of the doors that we need to track. From the Commonwealth Secretariat perspective, we've actually supported the negotiation of the AFCFTA itself. We are trade advisors in the African Union, 2 of them, who are helping with the design of the document. We're working with quite a lot of countries to put in place their export strategies, their AFCFTA strategies. But I've done strategies for so long, and I know that it's not enough to have a strategy. It has to be implemented. And to implement it requires very fierce government will and that political, what do you call it now, capital that the government is willing to lay on the ground to say this would not just be another strategy or agreement, we would implement it. And it will be tough, and it won't be a quick win. If you're looking for quick wins, we're already setting up ourselves to fail. We must know that this is for the long term, and so we play for the long term and not just for the immediate win. The guided trade initiative is good, but even that is going to be beneficial as it unfolds. So we are in for a long haul, and we should all brace ourselves for it. Thank you.
We're in for the long haul. I like that. Indeed, it's not a short-term agreement. I captured 3 or 4 main words from your discussions. You've mentioned enforcement and implementation. You've also mentioned the political will. That is important, but also dispute resolution. And in fact, dispute resolution is where I was intending to go to my next speaker initially, when you were still 4 before you became 5. But so on my way getting to ALN Nigeria, I would like to stop by at a pit stop with my friend from Jobberman, because free movement of people, and then the job creation, and then this intersection between job creation, freedom of movement, and then the youth. And I would like you to take on this question to clarify from your perspective, what's in it for the AFCFTA, for the youth? What are the kinds of the skills that would be required, and where to find these?
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. I think the first thing to look at is to look at the human capital of Africa itself, and look at the potential in there, and look at what we stand to gain or lose if we don't do the right things. So, I mean, by 2030, 2030, it's expected that the population of Africa would be about 2 billion people. The average age would be about 18 years. And what that means for us is that a larger percentage of the African population will be at the working class age, right? Or the productive period of their life. Now, it's important for us to actually understand that it's not just going to be a national discourse to solve this, and I like the fact that there's been a lot of cross-African policies, right, to tackle this problem. But we can also see that lots of these problems, especially from human capital point of view, are similar, right, across the African countries. But it's not all doom and gloom. And I like what someone mentioned, I think it was you, sir, earlier today, when you talked about service export. There's been a lot of emphasis on goods export and all, which is amazing. Of course, it has its own setbacks and all, and we've been talking about the challenges, right, over time. But it's also important to recognize the quick wins in the past 10 years, right, especially with technology in Africa. And we see, for instance, major companies, unicorn companies, right, come out of Nigeria and then Africa, and have been labeled African companies because of their ability to leverage technology to be fluid across African countries. So you see a company like Flutterwave, for instance, starting out of Nigeria, and then it's in Kenya, and then it's in Ghana, and then it's all over Africa, and then you see a lot of Ghanaian tech companies also taking advantage of that. So I think it's important that as we really focus on the natural resources and focus on the things that we can manufacture and focus on the things that we can produce and export, it's also important to note that we can export services, and at the core of service delivery is human capital. If we don't make this a core, if we don't visualize this problem, which is the human capital problem, just take a look at 2030, 80% of 2 billion people in their productive age range. If you are unable to engage these people by that time, we'll have a big problem at our hands. And I think it's important that, while we muster the political will and we fight the different, challenges that we have ahead, that we also take advantage of technology. We take advantage of the fact that, yes, there are border issues, there are visa issues, we're still trying to solve all of that, but we can actually leverage technology, and I don't need to be in certain locations, for instance, to still be able to deliver services. So I think that we need to make a lot of noise and really talk about service export as we talk about, goods and service export. It would have a major impact on the human capital in Africa.
Thank you. So let me zoom in on this question and help me understand in a minute. How do you envision the youth to take advantage of the AFCFTA, but at the same time, how do you envision the youth to help accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA on the ground in order to move the trade of goods and services?
Okay, interesting. So I think the first thing is to engage the youth as not just consumers, but actually contributors and also producers. I know that a lot of youth and young people really want to engage. They are really itching to be productive, and for most of them, it's that gap between the formative ideas and actually getting the funds to get things done. So I think ability to be able to access funds will go a long way in really helping and impacting their contribution to movement of goods across Africa. I think also that all the other bottlenecks, especially around people movement also, if that also can be solved and resolved, that will help a lot. But I think on top of all of that is technology infrastructure in Africa. Government needs to put a lot of effort in that. And I believe that the potential earnings and the potential gains out of technology infrastructure, right, would definitely outweigh the cost as of today. Focus on infrastructure, electricity, internet infrastructure. We've got really smart young Africans, right? We just need our governments to put a lot of effort into ensuring that these infrastructures are available. And you need little or no training, for these things. Our young people are able to really catch on and latch on, to these things. They just need to access this infrastructure, and the rest will be history.
Very well. So we do have a digital and youth protocol that are upcoming soon. So we hope that they will take care of the needs of the youth, and that the youth will also be engaging on setting up the priorities for the implementations of AFTA. So I'm moving over to you, Tony, now, and I'm back to my initial course, because I want to know about the enforcement and the dispute resolution, which are critical to a successful trade, especially I'm looking at regional and continental. So how do you recommend that the AFCFTA trades support the private sector to trade more, and in particular about how to either reform or instate the dispute resolution mechanisms that could help protect the interests of the state, but also the traders and the manufacturers of Africa?
Thank you, Zed. So thank you to Business Day for this opportunity. One interesting thing, let me preface my discussion with this comment. One interesting thing I've observed throughout today is the impact, potential impact that the AFCFTA definitely would have on not just individuals, but also small businesses. So, and in human affairs, there's always that possibility for conflict and disputes. Some may want to leave here with the impression that if there's a dispute around trade under the rules, under the protocols of the AFCFTA, that you probably just walk to Ghana to the Secretariat and ventilate or vent and tell the Secretariat that you have a dispute, Jobaman refused to do something and you want them to be sanctioned. But the reality is this, the agreement essentially has what we call, so first of all, the overarching, call it the umbrella over the AFCFTA is the AU, right? And this goes back decades ago when the founding fathers of the Organization of African Unity, projecting to the future with an agenda of 2063, came up with this novel idea. And there were some lapses along the way until, surprise, surprise, sometime in 2018, it was now signed in Kigali. So the AFCFTA essentially is a product of the AU. So you have what you call member states of the AU. And then you have what you call state parties. State parties are those states that have ratified the agreement. Those are the quote-unquote persons that can actually come before what we call the dispute settlement mechanism of the African Free Trade Continental Area. And that protocol, I mean, that process is broken into 5 phases, starting with consultation, right? Good offices, what you call GCM, mediation and all that, panel, appeal panel, up to what you call the implementation, where the issue of enforcement and surveillance and all whatnot takes place. These are the parties that can appear, quote unquote, before the dispute settlement body or the dispute settlement mechanism of the AFCFTA. Now, so if you go back a few years ago, about the time Nigeria either signed on or ratified, I'm not too sure now, we closed our borders. We said we were trying to prevent smugglers or something, yeah, exactly. And so just assume, just push that envelope further. That could have degenerated into some kind of dispute with other state parties like, say, Accra. Ghana could have gotten up and said, maybe Togo, that, what exactly are you people doing? It's not in our best interest. The measures you've introduced, it's creating havoc for us. Those kinds of issues may very well be the issues that the DSM is saddled with addressing. And how it works is simple. You write a request, you go before the DSM, and you follow that process through. But you also have the opportunity of initiating what you call an arbitral or mediation process, which personally I prefer, and I'll explain why. One of the problems, in my view, that we have with the dispute settlement mechanism of the AFCFTA, and I'm being very audacious here, is it was essentially a cut and paste of something called the DSU of the WTO, Dispute Settlement Understanding of the WTO. Now, we're here as Africans trying to talk about African problems and looking for African solutions. Yet, when we set up the AFCFTA, the agreement, we essentially cut and paste the dispute settlement understanding procedures of the WTO, of the World Trade Organization, and implant it in the agreement. Thankfully, Article 28 of the agreement allows for what they call 5 years review or amendment. So it's possible that even though this hasn't degenerated to a point where we actually have the secretariats contending with these issues, that possibly when we start seeing these problems, we have to go back and rethink, do we really need to have the DSM as it is currently structured? Because, Zaid, it is potentially expensive. Like I said, it's a spillover from the DSU. And that process under the WTO is not cheap. In fact, there's a story about Fuji Corporation and Kodak. Yes, a matter they had $10 million or more. How many African countries, state parties, can raise that kind of capital, that kind of fund to pursue problems before the DSM? There's a potential for problems that I think should be looked at with a view to reviewing it. And we're at that point. 2018, we are 5 years down the road or thereabout. I think it's about time that this is looked at with the possibility of reviewing it so that actual solution integral to Africa can actually be deployed rather than just copying a system that, in my view, is potentially alien to us. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. So one thing I do not really get is that there are some, well, we know that in ECOWAS, for example, region, dispute resolution is too ad hoc. And we know that in some RECs outside of West Africa, you have the dispute resolution mechanism, which helps encourage people to trade under the regional rules because somehow a percentage of them can seek some settlement, right, or redress where needed. But at the same time, there are some attempts to create expedited circuits for the AFCFTA. As a professional firm, do you have the opportunity to engage with the Secretariat or with the heads of states or with the various countries in order to advise on how to push to create these kinds of mechanisms for expedited fast tracking of the AFCFTA, for example?
No, but I can give you my own view, and I'm sure it's something like you need to understand, Zaid. The AFCFTA, I'm not sure anybody here would say they have approached it today on behalf of any state party to resolve any dispute. I stand to be corrected.
Because
right?
It's state to state, right?
Yes, it's state to state.
Let alone the fact that there's too little that has already.
Yes, but there are opportunities, without a doubt, to render advice, without saying more, without letting cats out of the bag, as you would say, to diverse clientele. The issue is this. One of the problems that we need to address is this. Trade in Africa is largely driven by individuals and small businesses. There's a lot of business in the informal sector, cross-border. This is a catchment area that would show concern when certain decisions are, as it were, taken above them, and it impacts on their ability to actually trade effectively across borders. There is a need to continue to interrogate the systems we have, because even at the WTO, Nigeria, as far as I'm aware, as at 2013, had not even, and I don't know if it has changed, I stand to be corrected, actually appeared before the DSU on any trade issue. We have acted as observers to tell you how expensive and technical that process is. So when you juxtapose that scenario with the DSM, I'm always wondering, will we see developing countries, which form the bulk of African nations that have ratified the agreement, actually exploiting the provisions that relate to the DSM under the AFCFTA? We'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, this is a very fascinating conversation, and we can go for hours and hours. I want to give you the opportunity, since you took the mic, but we have been informed that we are almost running out of time. So I want to give you the opportunity to wrap up with your minutes, and then pass on the mic to all.
Okay, so one, I'm happy with the issue of DSU. Interestingly, I wrote one of my master's thesis on the experience of WTO DSU. I'm telling you for free, the entire history of 20 years, maybe only 3 African countries go to WTO. South Africa, the cotton countries of Mali and Burkina Faso. That was all. They're very correct. Nigeria, 0. The data is still there. However, the AFCFTA is a regulatory agreement in terms of having all this structure. Should we say because of that history we will not have it? I would say no. We need to have it. But then we should factor in Africa. We don't like to do that when it comes to issues of trade. That's one. 2, on the issue of services, for the national strategy, we are really focusing on it. And I'm putting it out. We are about rounding up a study report on all the 5 sectors under the AFCFTA services. Massive, massive opportunity within the business services sector in particular. Like I said, we are not just looking at AFCFTA, we are looking at it what I call the protocol thinking. Go to digitalization, that is about to be what? Adopted, that is digital trade. Massive, massive opportunity. Then we begin to go to even women in trade protocol that is about to be adopted. Massive, massive opportunity. Then intellectual property right. I'm so happy with what Audu was saying. As a matter of fact, next month, the National Action Committee under the leadership of my principal, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, we are going to be doing a workshop here in Lagos on digitalization under the AFCFTA. How stakeholders can maximize the opportunity within it. I can continue and continue. AFCFTA is deep, is massive, but let me say this, I like what you said to the fact that AFCFTA, but I'm putting it in a different context. AFCFTA is not a sprint, it's a marathon. I repeat, AFCFTA is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And for the National Action Committee under Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, we are prepared to take Nigeria to maximize the benefit. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll take that as your final notes, and I'll start to hand over the mic to Madame for a quick, 30-second wrap-up for each of our speakers, starting with you.
Thank you for that. I would wrap up by saying that in thinking about how to benefit and maximize the benefit from the AFCFTA, I think that I kind of coined it in 5 I's. Industrialization. We've talked a lot about it today. It must be key. Innovation is important. We cannot continue to do business as usual. Innovation, whether that is technological, innovation, whether that is in the creation of, in product development, however we want to see it, we must innovate. Investment is key. And this is going to bring me to your point on dispute resolution. The protocol on investment has a separate or a different dispute resolution mechanism, which is both investor-state dispute and state-to-state dispute. Frankly, for where we are as Africa, using the WTO model is the best that we can do for now. The fact that Nigeria hasn't been to the WTO is probably because we should be the ones getting sued, actually. We're the ones with very bad behavior, closing our borders, banning export of products or imports of products, so that we haven't been there is because we haven't been sued. We really don't have much. I mean, I'm not seeing that much why we would have sued somebody. So just to say that with the investment protocol, that opportunity for investor state has a lot of problems, but the state-to-state part of it, it's always a better choice. And there is mediation and there is dispute prevention built into the investment protocol and perhaps even into the AFCFTA protocol itself. But I think that as long as we keep our eyes on the ball as Africa, it can become a tool. And to your question of, I was going to respond to your question on free movement. If you say that you can, yes, you can trade services from wherever you are, but you've got to think about why Europe would have free movement of persons. The UK's biggest contributor to GDP is services, and yet within Europe they have a free movement protocol. It tells you that the movement of human capital from one place to the other is important. And perhaps one more thing I would drop here is for the consideration of AFCFTA champions to start thinking of signing mutual recognition agreements when you talk about the human capital benefit. You must have MRAs that would allow an engineer from Nigeria practice in Ghana, in Kenya, and vice versa. Those are the kind of things, and including the free movement of persons, visitors, and probably do something about the airfares. It is ridiculous how expensive it is to travel within Africa. If we do not tackle some of those things, we'll just still be, you can fly within Europe, $25, $30 pounds. You can fly to some parts of Europe. If you want to go from here to Cameroon, it's out of this world. So lots of problems, but also lots of opportunities. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. You mentioned United Kingdom. When I give my presentations in East Africa, I often make the remark, you may have noticed from my accent, I'm not originally from East Africa. I'm actually originally from the country which is probably least qualified to talk about the benefits of regional integration these days, the UK. And it's precisely because of Brexit I realise the costs of non-integration or leaving a block. So effectively benefits like this about free movement of people for services. I totally agree with you that services is an extremely important element of this. We've lost a lot of things actually in the United Kingdom. That's why I'm so evangelical for Africa not to make the same mistake, and to really take advantage of this opportunity. But that requires focus, and at the moment I see donors and others pulling in all different directions, overburdening the AFCFTA with all kinds of developmental aspirations, whether that's inclusive growth or environment. And I think it's too much, because at the heart of it is a trade agreement. And what you need to focus on for the time being is the merchandise trade, respect the schedules, eliminate those tariffs. On services, complete all the negotiations and start implementing service liberalization. And crucially also, encourage cross-border African FDI, investment in other countries, because that's one of the most powerful drivers of trade. When Nigerian companies have operations in other countries, you're far more likely to see increased cross-border trade. So if you focus on those three elements, I think that would help accelerate. And I take your point, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, but there are some things where we're behind schedule already. So I think it's very important. The implementation now needs to be the focus.
When we fall back on the marathon, we have to sprint a bit and then continue to marathon.
All right, so I'll pick my view from a young person's point of view, and also maybe a new visibility to the kind of problem we're trying to solve for in Africa. So while we look at the potential earnings, out of trade and fluid investment and trade and all, I think it's also important to add to this that if we solve this, we are also solving the human capital problem in Africa, and that again, looking at the numbers, 2 billion people, 80% of that at their productive age by 2030. If we don't solve human capital engagement, we're either looking at we're looking at a population that is fully engaged, or we're looking at a population that is going to turn into militant down the line. So while we are running the marathon, we may need to increase our speed a little bit because it's a huge problem. Thank you.
Thank you. It's still a marathon.
Just to say, I'm a firm believer in the fact that African problems require African solutions. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, your panelists. We have really run out of time. We have a few questions, and I wonder whether in Ghana say, "Ee."
We can allow 2 questions.
All right.
Only.
In that case, then let us take 2 questions, and then we can quickly submit. "Ee." And then we can have lunch, which is transforming to a dinner. But so basically, you are the last thing between all of us and our lunch. So.
Thank you very much. My question is to Mr. Olusegun, not Awolo. I remember in 2021, after the 1st of January when trading began under the AFCFTA, in November that year, the National Action Committee had a workshop for the subnationals. During that workshop, certain decisions were taken. Well, we were split into geopolitical zones. We worked on various strategies, asked questions, what we were meant to do, put together documents. The National Action Committee was then, certain decisions were taken, like all subnationals should establish technical working groups, which we have. The National Action Committee was supposed to liaise with the Standards Organization of Nigeria National Accreditation System. But then the committee was meant to engage with the Nigeria Governors Forum to get approval for a subnational work program so that collectively, in harmony, strategies and implementation plans would be developed. However, after that, I have not heard anything. I'm the secretary of our state technical working group, and I thought it was important to work together. Yeah,
thank you so much.
Yes. So what happened?
Thank you so much. Is it okay to say, Ajia, thank you very much? Okay. So I will keep it short. Please, let's reactivate. I'm going to leave my contact, and then we'll take it off from there. There is some actions now in the process through the Governors Forum. Luckily, my principal and the chairman of the Governors Forum, they have their relationship. So that can be taken up. Secondly, I saw invest in Jigawa. There are some products that you have identified in that your brochure. I think we can continue this conversation. There are markets for this product under the AFCFTA. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, panel, for the insightful conversation. My name is Emmanuel Efeong. My question is on 2 factors that I believe, if we don't handle, could extend our marathon further. Number 1, what is the plan or the conversation around mitigating political instability in the continent, especially with what we are experiencing happening at ECOWAS right now? Because if that continues or escalates, then we are obviously in a world of trouble. Secondly is, what are the modalities to mitigate the question of rules of origin, especially around services? What are we doing about that? Thank you.
Okay. My own view on your first question, I think is an external issue. We don't have control over it. My view, we don't have control over it. What happens in sovereign states is within the sovereign states. We are now hoping that it continues, which I don't think so. But in the long run, we have seen it before. It always comes back to the reasoning so that you can trade, because for you to trade, you need peace, you need all these elements to be in place. On the other side of your second question, my understanding as a trade expert, rules of origin has nothing to do with trading services. It is purely, squarely on trading goods. The trading services under the multilateral, we call it schedule of commitment, which happen to be on the basis of what you have committed to. Under the AFCFTA, the negotiation is at a particular stage in terms of what you have committed on all these 5 priority sectors under the AFCFTA. The time will not permit me to download all these things, but let's just get that clarification. On this note, please permit me, I have a flight to catch. You have to excuse me. I thank you very much.
think we have run out of time for questions, but I would like to thank all my panelists. I'd like to also thank you all for exercising their patience and bearing with us the over-lengthy presentation. But these have been very interesting dialogues throughout, and I thank you also for the honor. I hand over to the MC now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that brilliant session. Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've all been gathered for about 6 hours, reimagining economic growth in Africa, and the sessions have been deep, impactful, and inspiring. I do hope that we're able to take these conversations out of this room, and I hope that we begin to effect these changes in our respective industries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to a close at the Africa Trade and Investment Summit. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Elizabeth Musa. It has been a huge honor being your host for this momentous occasion, and I must thank you for your attentiveness and for being a patient audience. Lunch is now served. While at it, please make sure that you network, but before then, we'll take a closing remark from the Executive Director of the Business Day Foundation, Mrs. Ime Enang. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to, on behalf of Business Day, say a big thank you to everyone that has made the time to be here this evening and to join us, till this evening, and joined us from yesterday for those that traveled. We'd like to say thank you to our sponsors, Jobberman, Ankorea Investment, United Bank of Africa, Alukwano Yebode, and of course, Jigawa State. We also want to say thank you to our partners, Borderless Alliance, Talking Trade and Investment International, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission. Now, say thank you to our speakers and our very engaging moderators. Thank you. Thank you to the Executive Director of Nigeria Export and Import Bank. It's not common that we find that you wait till the very end of a program like this. I'll say thank you also to the Managing Director of Jigawa Investments. Thank you for staying through with us. And at this point, I'll say thank you to the hardworking staff of Business Day for putting this all together. And of course, thank you to our audience, because if we didn't have an audience, then the program would then have no use. Thank you to everyone that's been present. We wish everyone that's traveling, everybody traveling, we wish you journey mercies as you go. Tomorrow we have a deal room at Lagos Business School. So if you are a business or a state government that has considerations for investments, please feel free to join us at Lagos Business School tomorrow. And on this note, I join to say have a blessed evening.